Right, 4 o'clock. Let's go ahead and get the drainage committee meeting started. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Update on Lower Texas, Monterey, Ocean Road, and Himalaya Canal. Mr. Savoy.
Yes, the Himalaya, if you all recall at the last meeting prior, I apologize, I wasn't able to make the last meeting, but you all authorized me to split that project into two, the Himalaya Canal being one portion and the Mare Canal improvements, pump improvements and so forth as a secondary set. Right now, the Himalaya Canal is out for bid. The clearing and snagging of that canal, the bid date is August 21st, 2025. The Mare plans are ready. We're going to be stamping those and we should be sending that advertisement out this week. So by the next meeting, I'll be able to give you the end bid date for that project as well.
All right.
The date you said is when?
The bid date to receive bids on the Himalaya Canal is August 21st, 2020.
Well, it's damn far away.
We have to do a 30
Well, the
day.
damn, hell, we were, August, June 20th. We started this. That's when the time started. So today, we July, what, 23rd? That's 3 days over, a 30 day. You could have bid then, because hell, I've been wanting this for a long time.
Understand.
And
that,
I
sir,
ain't
Mr.
sitting
Gordon.
around no more about it.
Understand that, sir,
And I
but
don't want no damn tipping in that. I'll go to federal court for
I
that.
have no choice but to follow the federal guidelines of
Well,
the permit.
I also have here plans for this parish for that project that dates all the way to 2027. And we didn't have to get another core permit. We had one already. And I don't know why y'all didn't bring it up. Y'all been here longer than me.
It's your
And
project.
y'all been having trouble with that canal before I did.
Sir, I'm simply
but I'm
following the
just fed up.
directives
I'm
of
fed
the
up
permit
with
you
the
received
process.
and the federal guidelines of the.
Hurry up,
funding.
push it. Push it.
You want to cancel the contract, Mr. Brown?
Just as soon, because I gotta get some speed on this damn thing.
It is currently out to bids. I need to know whether you want me to retract those bids,
We might have
and how to move
to, if
forward.
it's too damn high.
But you won't know that until you
Right, so
actually
let's
let.
bid,
Right.
and we're gonna rebid if we have to,
It's out.
and
to
I'll
bid.
cancel. I'll cancel. Started it.
All right.
And the other one, how about Mare, what we got on
All
that?
right, the next, that bid date, as I stated, sir,
What you bidding on?
the plans that were delivered, that's the pump improvements, as well as the excavation of the outfall canal to
Oh,
Valley Lafouche. Yes,
Supreme,
yes,
Lake Barrette,
yes,
good,
yes, sir.
okay, I want them all clean.
You
But
asked.
you
that-
won't need too many pumps if you clean them. I'm serious. It's gravity drainage. We wanted to get the hydraulics and all, you don't need that. The water's not gonna come through it, Donaldson.
That's why we asked for a
It's going the
study.
other way.
That's
It's
why we
going,
asked for a study for
Right.
last meeting to make sure prior to going out for bid. But you chose not to.
but the
if
water's
you recall.
going
Right.
south, not north.
Anything else?
I just wanna know what we got going, and let's roll.
All right, item
We got
number
A lot of work
2,
to do.
update on drainage projects and installation of pumps being stored in the warehouse.
So I provided you guys with a few pictures of some of the activities that have been going on. One of them is across the roof in the back. That was actually one of the pumps that came out of the warehouse. We're working on installing it. Those guys actually removed a failed pump, rebuilt the deck, and then they put it all back in place, with the exception, dropped a new pump in place, but the engine wasn't functioning, so we brought it back to the shop to tune it and get it running. We're gonna put it back in place. And that location will be back up and running with all three pumps. They moved some equipment today to, go over to Hugh Street, to start the deck tear down there, so we can start beginning to put that pump in place. And it's gonna, I mean, they just moved up today, so it took them about 4 good days or 5 more days to finish the one and back across the roof from our rain event that happened. We had 11 inches of rain back there. And we're just gonna keep moving. I had spoke to Ira about his.
What's the update on the stuff that's in the warehouse? I think that's.
I know what he's talking, that is that's part of the items that are in the warehouse. So as we install them, we're pulling it out of the warehouse. That's all you can do. As you move, you take it out of the warehouse.
So to rebuild this pump deck and to install the new pump, 4 to 5 days, it took y'all about?
That's done.
Yeah, I'm saying,
It took 3 guys,
3 guys, 4 to 5 days.
at least what it was, Paul, probably.
I don't think it took that long.
Well, the rain event
Yeah, but when the actual,
started that day.
replacing the pump and all, you only got 3 days.
No, but you got the build and everything. That's building and everything.
Yeah, I know, only 3 days, I don't do 4.
Ron, how long have them pumps have been, in the warehouse?
I don't know, probably some of them 6 months, some of them more than that.
And it took y'all 3 to
Look,
5
it's getting
days
done, Jamie.
to
We're
get-
working as fast as we can with the amount of people we got. That's been explained many times. So
I mean,
actually, people are training others to help them improve. That's the
3 to
reason.
5 days, that was pretty good. That was
It's pretty good. It actually is.
Pretty
We had
good.
a lot of
But
comments.
6
from-
months of pumps being sit in the warehouse is not good.
Well, you
Well,
can't fault him for that, he just took over, you can't fault him.
but come
for
up
that.
with a bunch of,
He ain't just took over, he's been having his.
you wanna pay
for 3
contractors.
years, he's been over the maintenance.
So you got $35,000 as one of the potential bids to do Hugh Street. We're gonna do it for a lot less, but it took time to get there. So we're working on it. I mean, right now, as you see on the agenda here shortly, we got some other items to bring a few people in. So we got Rusty in the field trying to train these guys and help them understand exactly how to do it the correct way. That's what we're working on. We're working towards getting these pumps installed.
No?
And that's why, well, we'll get down to the bottom of it, on the bottom end.
Get them done as soon as possible.
Well, they're working on it. But we also
What
got
about
plenty of
warranty?
other things going on.
When the warranty takes,
We don't go into effect until we install it. It's the installation date that prompts it.
well, that's a good thing.
Yes, because I reported when it's completely installed, and actually, the provider for the engines comes out, because it's their pump and their engine, and they actually do the startup. So it's on cue, to make sure everything's right, and then that's the date the warranty starts.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Item number 3, request approval for the following drainage overages. Project 93-212.
Jamie, I requested to table these,
Oh, okay, which ones?
all of them,
All of
so
them,
we can come back and figure out exactly what happened, and give an accurate,
right? I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
reason why.
All right, so table all of item number 3. Item number 4, request approval to install a catch basin at 5758 Highway 1 to Pointville, Ward 6.
I spoke to Mr. Chris about it earlier. We're gonna come up with a plan and present it at the next meeting.
No action. Item number 5, consider not adding any additional drainage projects through 2025 unless it's a priority or emergency project arises.
So right now, we've got 2 pages of projects. We're trying to install pumps. We're coming into hurricane season. You don't wanna start a major project and then you get hit with a storm. I just think it's in our best interest, if we're gonna continue being able to work on these pumps, because it takes maintenance and it takes some of the drainage guys, both sides, to facilitate some of the help. So if we could have a little bit of breathing room till the end, we'll start over, try to knock out as many of these projects as we can, as I talked about it before. If it's an emergency and we got flooding, of course we're gonna do it. But just give us a little breathing room.
Well, you don't get breathing room, about 5 of us don't have any more money to.
Well, I didn't wanna say that, it's kinda out of money,
In
but
case emergency comes.
yes, sir, we're gonna continue doing what we're doing, and then look, I received a text, today from some residents in Bayou Lewis that said, them guys are blowing out culverts, and they hadn't seen drainage like that in decades. That was the exact comment.
You know,
We've been sweeping those ditches, and we're trying to facilitate everybody, Mr. Charlie.
Yeah, I know.
We gotta do a little bit
No,
of,
not just your highway department.
so we're getting positive reactions. We had another resident that sent a text message the week before and said that the faith is gonna start getting restored in the Public Works Department. That's where we're going. That's our goal. To make it a better environment.
Well, I can say this, I had several compliments after this last rain event in Libreville, how good the drainage was following. That I had very positive response to all the maintenance we did did make a heck of a difference.
Right.
We got some more to do, but it did make a heck of a difference.
And-
Paul did a great job on that.
Yep, they did a great job.
Thank
those
you,
guys.
sir.
Cleaned
Appreciate
it
it.
up real good and it made a world of difference.
And we rode immediately after the rain. It was recorded by a Tranquil at 17 inches. Not far up the road, they had 11. As we came this way, it got lighter and lighter. But we requested that Rudy Boville, there was a bunch of water on the road. They've already blown those culverts out. So they immediately took care of it once we requested it. Both sides of the road on down, the water was rolling up. So, I like to give those guys, there was one incident where we were doing pumps, but there was multiple things going on in the infrastructure portion of the parish at the same time. So, we're working on it, we're doing our best.
So Jeff made a valid point there that there's only, a few jurors with funds left in their drainage. I'm not in favor of freezing it for those that still have funds in there,
No.
because
have to.
we basically budgeted ourselves through the year, and now we're gonna limit ourselves on the back end of the year. And
They're behind on mine. When the
Yeah,
money
catch up a little,
come out.
that's all.
Trying to catch up.
I just think we take them one at a time as they come in. They need to come in front of the committee anyway, and we see them as they come in, if it's important to do or
Let
not.
me get put up on the list though, try to get some of the stuff on the list.
They've been on the list.
And that's why we're trying to do it, to get it off.
All right.
Been on the list. No, and I'm not blaming you. It's saying the past years. I'm not going to update no more. I'm gonna have to go to up year.
All right. Anything else, Jim?
I need to get Brian and Mr. Kyle Giatz, I need to get a culvert installed. And culverts has been in the yard for 2 months now,
There's a lot of other people been waiting too.
Longer than that.
So
2 months.
there's some paperwork coming ahead of that. Mr. Calabro, you wanna add to that?
The email that was sent out to everybody on July 14th for the proposition of a drainage protocol. I'm not sure if anybody reviewed the email or if they had questions about that. If we want to kind of go down that path of having that discussion, I think it's imperative, but again, I'll put that, I need authorization to move forward in some direction. I just need to meet with someone in order to discuss what the most appropriate next steps would be.
Let's move forward with it.
But
Let's
I
bring
need
it up for
guidance,
discussion.
guys. I can't do it and then present, what you have is what's being presented at this time. If somebody wants to mark that up or meet with me to review it, we've done this before with the president, Mr. Blanchard and I have gone through it at length, Mr. Monville and I. We just need some more insight. I don't want to take the time, and energy to put forth a proposition that then gets shelved for another 3 years. It's just not a good use of my time nor yours. So again, if we're not interested in doing that, it's fine. I just need some direction and some assistance doing that.
Well, I say we have 3 weeks till our next meeting, I believe. We'll put it on the next drainage committee agenda to consider it, and everyone has 3 weeks to review and comment on it.
Okay, so as far as we go,
Don't do nothing.
we don't do anything.
No, you
Okay.
still,
No,
private job.
we don't wanna install it if we're coming up with a
Oh,
process.
if it's on the agenda already.
Look, this all came out to one project.
No, look, there's been many times today, somebody wanted us to go take some dirt that was given to them previously. So that's a prime example of why this is important. Because now they want us to pick that up.
Explain.
You can explain it more to me.
Right, so, I'm working for Mr. Jess Ward. That'll be on the other end where that dam's at, Mr. Jeff, what's the name of that street again?
Yeah.
No, on the other end though, going toward the cane field, where we started whenever it rained, but starting at the cane field where that little bridge is at.
Redwood?
Redwood, yeah, Redwood. So from Redwood to the cane field where the dam was put in years ago.
Yes,
Okay,
and it better
so
not be removed.
we cleaned that out coming to the bridge, all right? The man wanted dirt. Told the man that most of the dirt gonna come out of there, gonna be bad dirt, gonna be trash and stuff like that. But he still wanted some dirt. So talked to Aaron, Aaron said, you can let him have the dirt. And I don't know, did you find the right of way paper if you sign off on the dirt or not? And then, so Aaron came out there, looked at it, and he said, okay, just spread it out right here. So we made the man understand that we were gonna bucket dress it like we do everywhere else, okay? When he came back from offshore, he wasn't too happy with that. He said, man, he said, I thought it was gonna be better than that. And I said, we talked to Aaron said, well, you know, we're supposed to come back. Cause at the time, Dwayne had said we can maybe drain it the other way. So, but a lot of delays happen because we don't have the study back, okay? So he texted me and said, look, it said about 4 months. And I wanna know who's gonna grade this dirt. Okay, that's
He
exactly
wanted
what he
this
said.
project.
Yeah, because I wanna know who's gonna grade this dirt. It looked like a jungle. So I said, well, I got a new manager and I'm gonna get my new manager to call you. This just all happened late this afternoon.
Right.
So, Brian, I'm sure is gonna address it tomorrow. And whatever Brian asked me to do, I'll take care of it. You know, but right now we have a different manager, so now it falls on his lap. You know what I mean? And he's gotta take care of it.
But I just needed some clarity on how we were gonna proceed with that type of stuff because it seems to be surfaced.
So my text to Brian was a perfect example why we need a CEA.
Yep.
Because by that, we both agree, both parties, it's in writing, what's gonna happen, and we both fulfill our agreement.
Only if it's cost efficient for us to do it.
Right,
guys.
correct.
If that money, if we're taking dirt out of a particular drainage ditch and it's quicker for us to just dump it on the bank,
Yeah.
that person's gonna be responsible.
That's right.
And they need to understand that.
That's right.
If we're getting ourselves into something else, we need to develop a standard or strategy as to why. And then that's where the CEA comes in and everybody's on the same page with obligations.
And I provided it for Mr. Clavero and then he did his work on it. and
I'm
then-
fine with drafted, but that's a separate conversation. So we have drainage protocol, culvert installation, and we have the spoils from ditch cleaning as well. It's all in the same conversation. So if that's gonna get on the next agenda, just review the materials that was submitted on July 14th, and then we can have a more substantive conversation, in 2 weeks.
Brian, how many codes installations do you have right now, private?
Oh, I know I got probably 8 phone calls in the last week, between last Thursday to now, eight to 9 phone calls. People have been waiting.
Turn into work orders, work request.
Yeah, we turned it into a work request. We're getting there. We're working on that part of it. It becomes a work order and then we put it in and then it's processed down the line. We're gonna have a meeting Monday about it.
How about we just proceed as normal until we make the final decision?
That's,
In 3 weeks.
that's up to you guys. You know, that's why I said, I know they halted it, but as the jury makes the
I'm
decision,
good with that because I need these culverts installed.
Yeah, because actually Aaron the one that told me to stop.
that's why I said,
Yeah, Aaron said to stop. So if he said.
If I have approval from you guys,
I make a motion that we continue install the private code until we make a final decision on how we can proceed.
I second that.
Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Fryerue. All in favor?
Alright.
Any here? Please, motion carries.
So the questionable ones just sit, or
What question?
the one they talking about the
About
dirt
dirt,
is to the
about
extent of
That's
how
not-
far?
Well, they
that's-
actually
that's
do, we don't
not
give it, we
installing
haul it
covers. That's not installing
Yeah,
covers,
something-
that's different.
Okay.
so totally different.
So we
Well-
definitely need a CEA for that type of work.
Right, now, if we sweep in that ditch and there's a substantial amount of dirt in it, and it's usable dirt, it's not slush, we'll use it for the culvert installation, but if it's slush, we gotta haul it off.
Okay.
What about as far as, road and bridge, cross culverts on the roads?
Well, there was a procedure that I saw they were working on, did he ever bring that to the table?
For road projects?
Anything, like if we do a cross culvert, specific way to bed it,
I don't believe Aaron never brought it to the jury.
okay, well, in 3 weeks you'll have it.
So we're gonna wait another 3 weeks for
No,
cross culverts on the
We're
road?
gonna do ditch installation,
Do it right. We know how to do it, right? We just need to do it.
damn it, we're gonna make a procedure on it.
Make sure they follow it.
It's gonna be a procedure. But then if the procedure's in your hand,
Yeah.
you have to follow the instructions.
All right, anything else? Motion to adjourn?
No, one question.
Next item.
I have some concern about the dam in the North Loop Canal. Is it being removed? It better not be.
I don't.
That's what saved
What you talking
Laverdale.
about?
Oh, you talking about the dam that you put in 30 years ago?
No, there's no plan. for
No, there's no plan to do that.
Because that's saved Laverdale.
Yeah, there's no plans
There's
in that.
32 acres of farmland going through the North Loop that was
Motion,
coming through Laverdale unnecessarily.
motion by Mr. Blanchard.
And I
Second
did
by
it
Mr.
against soil
Carter. All in
conservation.
favor?
Yeah,
Any
there's no plan
opposed?
for that.
Meeting adjourned.
I'm not
No, we can't move it.
Moving on.
All right, it's 4:22. We'll get the personnel meeting sorted. Let the record reflect all members present. Item 1, request approval for 6 weeks of leave for FMLA leave for a general maintenance worker.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Carter. Second by Mr. Naki. All in favor? Any nays? Motion passed. Item 2, request approval 8 weeks medical leave for equipment operator 3.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Carter. Second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Any nays? Motion passed. Item 3, request approval of donation of leave to an equipment operator 3.
Yes, according to the policy, we do have a procedure in the policy that allows for the donation of leave to another individual if that individual is out of leave and, typically for a medical reason. I do have 2 employees that are wishing to donate leave to one of the individuals out on the FMLA list.
Teammates coming together. Motion by Mr. Carter.
Teammates coming together.
Second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Any nays? Motion passed. Item 4, discuss recommendation of parish manager regarding public works. We're gonna table that item right now. 4 and 5. 4 and 5 table. Item 6, request approval to hire equipment operator 3 with CDL. I provided a list to you guys. And I would like to get that approved to be able to continue on with it. We have 2 people in mind. We had some, a few items that we needed to discuss furthermore, but I'd like to get it approved tonight to be able to hire 2.
Are they truly, operated 3?
Yes, they are.
One time we used to test them.
We're gonna.
How you know they, operated 3 if you didn't test them yet?
One of them was previously an operator 3. And he was very good. It was contributed to the system. The other one had a very good interview, and me and Ms. Nikki both agreed that he, fit that bill. But we have 60 days. They're on probation, so that's their testing period.
So move.
Motion.
Just keep in mind, this number, this increase to the budget by $90,000 is not inclusive of benefits, so that could be an additional $50,000 to $70,000. And, we already have the road and bridge budget on the meeting for discussion on the expenditure, so this is just an additional line item. And Brian and I have talked about
Yeah,
this.
and one of them is actually replacing somebody, so.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Carter. Second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Any nays? Motion passed. Item 7, request approval to hire equipment operator 3 with CDL. It's the same.
Yeah. Then motion.
Motion by Mr. Carter. Second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor? Any nays? Motion passed. 8, request to hire a general maintenance employee. That's 8 and 9 is the same items, and it's basically the same. We interviewed 5 people. And I'm gonna make a proposal to them once I had it approved from you guys.
Okay, Brian, what it's gonna put you at? It's gonna put you where you need to be?
It's gonna be close.
So you're hiring 2 general
Yeah,
managers?
so, and that's what the distinction is. These are actually field employees. They can go all field or they'll work and assist the grass people. We just purchased, 2 more lawnmowers today, so we'll be doing some more, grass and park recreational hire. But right now, I have 2 that we agree that are
What
good
fund is
fits.
that coming out of?
This is 1% employees.
Grass cutters are not 1%, so it's.
Their general fund, that's why until we,
I would love to get some sidewalks cut in Piet Park.
understand.
Not the sidewalk, huh?
Man, you-
Motion.
You voted to adopt the
Motion by
sidewalks
Mr.
to keep them
Thor.
up, so.
All for the state road?
Motion by Mr. Carter.
Second.
Second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Nays, motion passed. Item 10. Request approval to transfer a road and bridge employee to maintenance. Yes, this employee approached quite some time ago, to the previous management, and he came back and asked again. So I spoke with him. And if you look at it, he's also taken a little dip. So I would recommend we transfer him from there to as a 1% employee, which also will take some of the additional, load off of the road and bridge side. So we'll have 2 new employees coming in and 1.
Motion by Mr. Knockin. Second by Mr. Carter, all in favor? Any nays? Motion passed. 11, request approval to promote a general maintenance employee to general maintenance foreman with a 6-month probationary period.
Come up and introduce yourself. I want him to present himself to you guys.
You ain't got to know what he does.
Okay. But I still want you to.
Yeah, I know, I'm just joking, messing with you.
I'm Trevor,
Full name.
Trevor LeBlanc, general maintenance.
He's a
employee.
little bit nervous.
Bear with me, I'm a little nervous. First time being in front of a big group like this.
But he's been a valuable asset to it and he's really learning. You know, he can agree with it too.
Several projects, and, he's got the mind that picks up on technical stuff. And he directly trained by the best technical person we have that worked for us, which is Brian Blankenship. And he's been under Brian's wing since he started. And at the time, I asked Brian, said, please try to teach him everything you can, because one day somebody got to replace him. And he's been absorbing, he's a sponge, so he's doing really, really well. His brain's like a sponge.
He did he did a wonderful job in my district for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
And he'll be on the 6 months probationary period. And, I told him to keep up the good work, keep pushing and learning. That's what we want to do.
That other guy that he had on the deck, you need to get rid of him.
All right.
What you were doing on the.
Nah.
So move. Motion by
As a
Mr.
resident.
Second by Mr. Blanchard, all in favor? Any nays? Motion passed. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you. Keep up the good work. Keep up
As
the good
always, the
work.
first
Carl.
day of
Keep
the
up
next
good
pay
work.
period.
Motion to deviate.
As always, the first pay
Motion to
period,
deviate
first day
by
of the
Mr.
next pay
Carter.
period.
Second,
Second by Mr. Knockin.
we do EV for what?
I have a personnel matter that's coming up with an employee that, wanted to share with you all, so if action needs to be taken prior to the next meeting, since it is 3 weeks away.
We made the motion to second.
Then we'll go to
I
executive.
know what you said.
Motion to executive session.
Motion by Mr. Knockin. Second by Mr. Conville, all in favor?
Did the employee get notice of this?
Can I just speak of the position?
So the employee didn't receive notification?
There's no,
Because if not, we can't go into executive session. You can talk about the position.
okay, I can talk about the position.
Yes.
We have a position that, it has come to our attention from word of mouth and on the street that the individual may or may not return to work after a certain period, because that individual that, was denied some vacation time. If that happens and that person does not return to work, then I would request authorization to be able to terminate that position and fill it, and not wait 3 more weeks.
Good seeing it.
And just say, well, I know the position.
I know what the position is.
All right. Comments from the public? Any public comment? On one? Twice? All right, no public comments? I make a motion, to approve that request.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Knockin, all in favor? Any nays? Motion passed.
Motion adjourned.
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Knockin, second by Mr. Carter, all in favor?
All right.
Meeting adjourned.
We will call the finance committee meeting to order. The record reflect all members are present. First item, request approval of list of bills submitted through July 18th, 2025.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Nakane. Second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of budget comparison statements for June 2025.
They are included in your packet for your review, just need approval.
Motion approved.
Motion approved by Mr. Nakane. Second by Mr. Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item, request approval to purchase surfacing materials from Monterey Park through Ward 4 recreation allocation. At the end of 2024, there was an allocation that was made, and this is to cover the balance of the material to come there. So the previous allocation was, 10,000. We need an additional $3,549.56.
Yeah. We got it.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And just one more note about that part, this Friday and Saturday is the community build. So, just share it, advertise it. If anybody wants to assist in the build, they'll be out there Friday and Saturday.
Good deal.
Motion adjourned. Mr. Pineville, second by Mr. Carter. All in favor?
All right.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Go ahead and get started with the Road and Bridge Committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. 2 items on the agenda. Discuss and approve recommendations from engineer for the 2025 road overlay program, sidewalk.
Yeah, I placed a budget recommendation, cuts, before you. They are quite minimal. The budget that was approved by the jury and presented to me was 3.5 million. The current project estimated cost based on the booklets that were provided to you at the full, with full paving is 3,652,608. That leaves a difference of $152,608. With that said, it was minimal cuts as far as across the wards that you see. I basically addressed the wards that had the highest overages overall. So if you look, the cuts I'm recommending are to remove Charles Street from Ward 4. And the reason I'm recommending removing Charles Street is that particular scope of work will not include any kind of paving. Charles Street is currently an aggregate street. If what is needed to be done there is the right of way of that street needs to be cleared so that vehicles can access the street. Right now, FedEx, UPS, no one can get in there because of overgrowth. That is something that could possibly be handled either via in-house or something, but you could even utilizing in-house labor, you could see as much as a $6,000 cost savings there. The others would be to go with the alternative proposed paving on those recommended streets. That would generate an additional $50,000 worth of savings without having to cut any additional streets. The next would be Ward 8. Of that, I'm only recommending that we remove only the front portion of Noe Street. That would generate an approximate $50,000 worth of savings. Then moving to Ward 9, I'm recommending that we move forward with finish patching only on Teddy Street. This would allow the street to be repaired back to a usable condition, but it would generate upwards of $60,000. That would generate approximately $167,000 in savings just by making those minimal cuts, bringing your budget within $3,485,600, which is underneath the proposed 3.5 million. Again, if we move forward at that, I can move forward with the design as you all requested, place the project out to bids. And then once we actually have bids in and actual cost per road, if additional cuts are seen to be necessary, we can address them on a street-by-street case basis at that time. These are my recommendations.
Any questions, gentlemen?
Yeah, can you, so in our summary that you gave us, you had an alternate cost savings for all roads to be considered of roughly $750,000.
Correct.
Can you kind of discuss what that alternate cost savings is so that
Yes,
everyone
yes,
can
sir.
understand it?
And I'm not saying we still can't get cost for that alternate cost savings. But the alternate cost savings we looked at was what for a type of paving called micro paving. What this basically entails is a new design type of asphalt that incorporates plastic polymers into the asphalt. What it does is it allows the asphalt to be paved at a much thinner layer than previously allowed. Typically, minimal layers for asphalt was somewhere in the 1.5 inch and a quarter to 1.5 inch thickness range due to rock size being used inside the asphalt. This particular case, since they're using plastic polymers, the plastic polymers are much smaller. They can actually get down to as low as 3/8 of an inch in paving. It does come at a significant cost savings. It costs roughly half what your typical paving asphalt would cost. The average lifespan that they're seeing out of some of these roads with decent bases and where this thin layer is, where this overlay is put in place, it does allow a lifespan of anywhere from 3 to 5 years, depending on the underlayment of that road. I did provide that alternate cost, as you can see, on many of the roads. I'm not necessarily ready to recommend that we move forward with that alternate paving in areas where I know the soil conditions would not support it. Specifically, those areas for this parish would be wards 2, 8, and 9. Typically, we have seen severe problems in those areas due to the existing soil conditions. So I don't know that those streets would necessarily be conducive to holding up for that 3 to 5 year lifespan. However, if you all wish, you can look at the budgets and the roads before you. It is an alternative that could be done and possibly see some significant savings if that's the route you all choose. And we have no issue. We can also bid that as an alternate within the program, if that's a consideration you want to make.
Joseph, did you go out and ride these streets?
I wrote every single one.
Your recollection was on Texaco Street.
Okay.
What you saw there? Do you remember?
Texaco Street ties into Mitchie Street. On Texaco Street, there were failures towards the rear. There were several potholes, particularly where curves and where the street curves and ties into one or the other. I mean, I give a report and I give recommendations on that street.
I'd like for you to go around and revisit Texaco Street.
Okay.
Because the backside of Texaco Street is good. It was overlaid prior to the front side.
Okay.
I think if it was to cut any streets out, the front side of the street, I would like.
And I have no, I have no
Done
issue.
there and add no street.
No
back.
street. Please keep in mind, when I'm suggesting the cuts, you will notice that I'm saying the front section of no A only.
Yes.
The back portion does have more significant damage, and I'm not recommending that that's cut. We can certainly look at any of the streets where you feel.
Texaco again.
I have no problem doing that. You asked for recommendations. I was trying to keep those cuts to a minimum.
So Joseph, the current material that we use right now to redo the surface of the road, how long does that last?
Anywhere from 8 to 9 years, depending on the subsurface conditions.
I think we had some
As well
roads
as the
that was
traffic.
done last year or the year before. That's failing. No, so, Leroy, didn't you have one that failed? That's.
We just done that last road program and the S turn
That's correct.
failed again.
And
Hugh Street in there? I believe I had one also half of
No,
one.
we didn't put.
and we, look,
Y'all want us to
Pine
fix it?
Street, the same thing,
yes,
the soil condition.
yes.
Now,
We have
prior to
streets.
any streets being overlaid, I want y'all to go and look at the culverts to make sure there's no cross culverts that needs to be changed out, because last thing I want to do is cut a brand new street.
And we.
Can I get a copy of that book so we can look at it? If a road's gonna get overlaid, we can go look at it and say, look, we got
Yeah,
cross.
Did you look at that?
Yes, yes, we did. I'll give you a specific, St. Jude Street, back there, we counted the cross culverts, we located them. We're looking at the condition of them. I also have to take into consideration when I'm doing the base that I don't cut into those culverts if they are in fact still good, if they need to be replaced. Then we will have to set them at the correct elevation to get the base work put in. But we did notify that. We also went on some of the streets, in Mr. Diaz's ward. There were places where utilities were cut across the road. We located those. We're gonna be having to take those into consideration as well as their depths and doing the proper base work over them.
Can you get a copy to the parish manager?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, I like to go for bids.
So something that not everyone here is familiar with. I know Ron has been involved with it, but you know, we've been having conversations with Representative Ken Brass and Senator Ed Price about the possible expansion of a lot of people coming into our parish. And there's gonna be a lot of roads that the parish is gonna have to be building in the near future to help support some of this infrastructure improvement. If there's a way that we can cut our costs and cut the budget back, I think we need to try to keep some in reserves in our road program for that and this other road surfacing, the materials for the farm to market roads that, for that budget. That budget's just way under where it needs to be. You know, we need to create some budget room in there whenever we approved this budget number, we basically just saw how much was in the fund and put that whole number as the amount before we went prioritize roads and see how much money we actually needed to spend on roads. So if there's a way that we can save $750,000, I think we need to look at doing it.
Yeah, but
I just said,
if the way of saving it is going with cheaper material that's not gonna last as long.
Well, so the only reason why we even have this, and Mr. Sabo, I can tell you, I've asked him to investigate this type of technology. I've spoken to other engineers for other parishes adjacent to us. And this is the only way that they were able to catch up on their roads. They basically were able to patch some of these roads like in the last 3 to 5 years. Next road program, maybe the following one, they revisit it and put a good overlay on it. But by doing that stepped approach, they were able to catch up on the backlog that they had.
You gonna catch up on the backlog pretty quick, but then come 6 years down the road, everybody have a long list of roads that need to be repaired.
I don't disagree. I just don't think that we can expend 100% of our fund balance right now, knowing that we have other funds that we have to consider to put into.
If that's the case, that's like each year to
No,
cut back
no, I
on.
can't cut my roads,
no,
no, we backed off my roads, I can't cut.
Part A, I agree.
Did you grade these roads to see what was priority?
I mean, I looked at the
Or you just
conditions.
went off of the recommendations off of Gerald's?
No, I went off of the list provided by the jury as that was voted on by this jury, and that's how it was presented to me. As I told you, I went to every single road. If you go through, you will see a recommendation that discusses each road and its conditions and what I am recommending to be done to.
As far as prioritizing the roads?
If you want me to prioritize this list,
We didn't ask you to prioritize.
No,
I have no problem doing that if that's what you're asking me to do. I did not, what you asked me to do was evaluate the roads and give you a cost as a whole, and that's what I've done. It is not listed as a priority as to what road is worse or better. I have no problem doing that if you all want us to do that,
No,
but it wasn't requested. as a priority.
We Gerald give you a list of roads.
That's right,
That was in
that's right,
diary.
that's
You
right.
wanna keep their votes?
So part A, I agree with the chair 150%. We will get a lot of activity that's gonna come into Assumption Parish.
And we said more taxes come back,
That's gonna help us a lot.
more taxes.
I really believe. Part B to that, based off road and bridge, we have a budget that was set. We need to try to follow it. If there's any unforeseen measures that come about, that should come to the jury to address to see how we can go ahead and put corrective actions into place. So I think we got a motion on the floor by Mr. Mathern to go out for bid on both parts. Okay? I don't have a problem, go out for bid on both parts. And once the bid numbers come back in, we can review it and then we'll adjust and go from there. That's fine.
You're gonna have to adjust, I'm sure.
And then we'll adjust.
I would
Let's
ask
see what we
you,
work
I
on.
would ask that this board please confirm the budget that
It's
you.
3.5 million.
Okay,
But when we
the
cut back-
reason.
Wait, we're gonna wait.
The reason, and that does include the engineering costs, so we're going to back that out, and that will become the construction budget. Once you all have a construction budget set, if we go out to bids for those said roads, and that comes under that budget, you may be required at that time to accept that bid and move forward, because you have set a budget, you have advertised it, and now you are out to bids. If it comes over that, at that point, we can discuss additional cuts. I have no, I want to make it clear to the jury, because I don't want them, I don't want a contractor coming back after, any bidder, for that matter, coming back after the fact and causing an issue before this jury saying, hey, you set a budget of 3.5 million, our bid is 3.4. We're well within budget, why are you not moving forward? So if there is going to be a budget adjustment, gentlemen, I would recommend that you do that now. Or before the next meeting, so that we know,
I
have a
think we
clear
need to,
direction.
there's no doubt to me that this list was generated to hit the budget number. And I mean, it's,
I didn't know that.
he's let us know that it's not to priority.
Budget was
It's
not
based on the
generated to hit
list
a budget
to
number.
satisfy
You gave me a
everybody's
list of-
request.
You gave me a list of
And-
roads, and I went to every one and we
And in any
evaluated the
project
cost.
where the design fee is a percentage of the project cost, you're gonna try to maximize the budget.
No, sir. No,
So
sir.
we could.
And we did not design these roads were not designed and this budget was not set to meet the budget.
This
that you
document
presented.
here shows that you just made the cuts necessary to
think
get
it
to
was?
under budget.
That's
That's exactly
because
what
you
it is.
requested-
Because of the
You
$3.5
requested that I
million
do so.
budget. That's why he made those
You
cuts.
requested that I do
I
so.
understand, but there was also a recommendation that came in the package that we were given for the alternate plan to reduce $750,000 off of the budget for the alternate costs.
You asked me for what the alternate cost would do, but I told you from the beginning that in the specific wards where the foundations would not support it, I wouldn't be recommending no alternative cost. I'm simply providing the information that you requested.
And you probably got some soil conditions in the back that probably can't take this alternative stuff. Back
Right,
in-
but if you look at the number of roads I submitted to compare to some of the other lists, I didn't have any roads in there. I stuck to my 5 roads.
That's three. I mean, one or two, I got 5 too.
I didn't want to pull up the bids, God.
So we just cut the budget now.
What you want to cut? I can't cut the rules. What you
We
want to
got to,
cut?
we have to cut the budget.
No. I gotta have,
Where we get,
my road need to be blacked out, bro. I got more parish roads in my district than most of y'all have.
And the budgets reflect that. If you look at the budget, the
Yeah, look at the
budgets
budget,
reflect
yeah.
that.
I can't cut no roads. I'll cut y'all roads at home.
You go out for bid and see what happens. 3.5 million to come on the budget. We roll with
Basically,
it.
that would be setting a construction budget of roughly 3.2 million.
3.2 million.
Well, I'll make a motion that we cut the budget, the construction budget to 2.8 million.
I second your motion. Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm putting some on there. You're not on it, though.
I want my street, I need my
I
street
need my
done.
trees too. Can't cut.
Now y'all gonna be going, y'all gonna be going with that thin set material back there in the back, and it's gonna fail in 2 years, and then y'all gonna point the finger.
Nobody said I'm no thin material. He say, cut the budget. When
I
you
can't
say,
cut no rules. What would I
y'all
cut?
don't wanna
I can't
cut it. What y'all want to do? Up to y'all.
I can't cut no rules.
I didn't want this engineer to have this project.
Well, he got it now, so we gotta run with it.
So,
He got it now.
we still fighting roads that he engineered a couple years ago that's failing.
Can I
We
ask
gotta
a
do it
question?
again?
Paul, you might have more information than this. Do you have Paul, any anticipated bridge costs that we might be encountering within the next couple of years? Because bridge replacements or any kind of infrastructure has to come out of this fund.
I'm gonna second that motion.
I got a motion on the floor, by the chair, I got a second by Mr. Fonville to go ahead and cut the construction budget to 2.8 million. All in favor? All opposed?
Yeah.
1 nay.
We'll bring it back up to the regular meeting.
All right,
But for now.
we'll move on to the next item. Item number 2. Discuss, road and bridge budget. Gentlemen, after looking over, the packet over the weekend, after looking over the packet, during the weekend, there was some stuff that stuck out to me in, on page number 3 of the road and bridge budget worksheet that has been provided in your packet. Page number 3. And if you look all the way down at the bottom, for repair road material, when you look at prior year from 2023, page number 3,
The backside of EF2,
EF2, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
F2.
Yeah.
I don't know, she should have had it.
I got it.
It's after the budget comparison statement.
Keep going.
You should see budget worksheet fiscal year 2026, the top left. We'll keep going. No, just a few sheets. Page 3.
Page 3.
Right. Not the budget comparison statement.
I got it?
Two F.
Yeah.
Two.
I'm helping.
She doesn't have a tag on it. It's between F2 and E1. That's the same.
That's good. That's it.
Yeah, it's back over.
Look at the back of one. All right, if you look at the bottom where it says repair road material, if you look at the fiscal year 23-24, we spent, in 23, we spent, $152,918. In 24, we spent $269,605. And year to date now, we've doubled that, almost doubled that, $402,406.24. So it kind of stuck out like a sore thumb. So I did send everybody an email, just having concerns about that to the, parish manager to give us some clarification on where that money, where those funds were spent, on what roads and why. Why did we go over
But
the
he's
budget?
just taking this job, Ron, like you said earlier.
That's right, he's just taking the
Just
job,
taking
so,
over on this
so
job.
he's
taking it over, but-
Question this man on this.
so he might not know all the answers, but this was brought to the board a few months ago as a concern. And the explanation was, oh, the road was in bad shape. We don't normally put this much limestone on these roads until close to grinding. We was putting nothing limestone on different roads, and y'all saw no problem with it.
So based off, if you look at the report he gave us, everybody has a report on where funds were spent. Yes, it is our responsibility. Farm to market roads are parish roads. It is our responsibility. But spending almost 80,000 on one road, and I don't need to call names. Another road, 58,000, another road, 26,000, another road, 48,000, another road, 49. That is a lot of material. We only have a budget of 1.4 to 1.6 million in road and bridge, just under that. We don't have an open checkbook.
For everything.
For anything, we don't have an open checkbook.
200,000 just for the road material.
So the harvest season hadn't even started.
Wait, what did you say there, Brian?
200,000 is the budget for road material, right, Ms. Kim?
You budget 200
No, that's 200 for the whole year.
left.
No, that's all the budget
That's what you
is.
start with.
That's what you start with. We 200 some thousand over.
Right now, operating in the red.
If I double this based on, if they spent what they spent already, it would be $800,000.
800,000.
We only halfway through the year.
We didn't even get to grind.
We ain't got the grind.
We ain't got the grinding yet.
We ain't got it going yet.
And while I
So-
understand these roads may have the need to be fixed, need resources available, that doesn't mean we have to do it, even if we have the need. We don't
Yeah.
have, we can't afford it.
At the end of the day,
We can't afford it.
if we have roads that's in dire need like that, I think y'all should have enough courtesy to come to the jury and say, hey, look, these are the findings on this farm to market road. We can patch, we can grade, we can add a little bit, but this is only the funding we dealing with. Bring it to us and let us figure it out.
When I discovered it, I shut it down. We haven't bought any.
These farmers need to help out with this as well. They shouldn't be turning their combines on the middle of the gravel road, okay? That's tearing up the road as well. So they need to help out with this as well.
But these farmers don't tell us to go there and put all this limestone down there. I even have a guy at work that I work with, came to me work, he said, why y'all putting all the limestone on the road? He said, grinding season ain't about to start yet. He said, I told him, they don't even need to put that on mine. They put it anyway.
All right, we need blacktop on Mark.
Yeah.
You tell me it was that bad to spend $80,000 on one road? That's a lot of material.
This early in the season.
How long is the road?
We need to get with the sugar mills to talk to the farmers to help out with this.
So
Majority of them have headlands.
It's just them little we
But we
break,
still have to
that's all we do.
subsidize the.
So
We never had a problem with this before. We did it,
I
Goes
think
to
you
grinding
put too
season.
much material. material.
And
That's a lot of
we
material.
always accommodate the farmers, nobody complained. Something just went wrong here.
So I can tell you, I know Halfway Road. That road was part of the last road program. They had a budgeted amount in there to fix the road as part of that road program.
So that's where you took the funds out of?
That's where it's supposed to
That's
be.
where, but it didn't come out that way. Yeah.
But I'm just telling you
I
that
feel you.
that's where that one should have come from.
How much was it, Leroy? How much?
The-
What was the amount that was budgeted? 40,000, 60,000?
I don't have I don't know the exact number. I don't know. We had an estimate for it and a scope of work, but the contractor would not touch
Didn't touch it. That's right.
the gravel road. He was only doing the aggregate, I mean, the asphalt roads. So we ended up doing it with parish labor once the grader was fixed. But all the material should have come out of that road fund from that project. So they should have extra in that project that should have been accounted for Halfway
Yeah,
Road.
I don't believe that he made nobody aware of that. And he made me aware of it, and he told me that, look, part of that, it could have come out of Leroy's fund for this, whatever, but did he ever make you aware of taking on that?
But we still have a deficit, and we still got.
Yeah, I know there's a lot more. I'm
So
just-
we gotta come
I know
up with a
that was
solution to
one.
be able to,
So,
if there is any.
at the end of the day, before any material is always ordered, it was going through the manager. And I expressed concern to make sure that we don't go too much into it. You sure this is gonna be all right? Yes.
All right, my question
No,
is this,
not this manager.
the gravel's on the road already, we ain't gonna pick it up.
No, we ain't picking it up.
So,
We can't
so,
pick it
so
up.
in the near future,
We're gonna stop
how much
it.
riprap we got from the state?
Well, that's another thing with the previous manager.
How much riprap we got from the state sitting on the ground?
And do you have material in the?
Let him, I think I need to let him
So-
finish saying what he wants to say.
Let me clarify that. So with our present contractor that supplies gravel, okay, he hauls whatever we request. With long trucks, he put them on the ground, and then for the same price, he puts it on the road. To where we save parish labor and trucks. Every time that he's put gravels on the ground was confirmed by our previous manager that he was going to buy that gravel that's on the ground, okay? The number was always given to the previous manager, and he always approved it. And right now, the contractor has 1,000 tons of gravel sitting on the ground that the previous manager agreed to buy. So in other words, and he said, the contractor said, this is not material that I can just sell to somebody else. If you need material, I'm willing to put it on your road, and I'm willing to stockpile it over here, but I need confirmation that the parish is gonna buy it.
So that's-
I have no authority.
So that's two different prices, because he already have an annual bid to dump at the barn. Now, we done enter into another agreement for him to go dump it at the site and lay it down? I guarantee you there's two different bills.
No, they do not charge anything extra.
Tailgating the material.
They don't, they still the same bid price for dumping it at the yard or spread dumping it.
But if I
That's why
calculate,
the previous manager said, well, we're saving money by not having to tie up all our parish labor and parish truck, because for the same price, he didn't charge an extra penny to spread dumping on the road itself.
That's what we need to do. We need to spread dump this material instead of handling it twice.
but that's another, if I calculate it right, it's another $42,000 that's still
That's
would
sitting on
be
the ground.
added to
That-
our deficit.
A commitment was made by the manager. Just remember, I don't have any authority. Everything went through the
Where
manager.
this material is right now?
I guess not, Paul, but you was the boots on the grounds out there. You saw it, you was the boot, even though he gave the authority to say sign off, I'm more sure he took your recommendation and say, hey, we needed it, and he did it. You was the boots on the ground.
Absolutely needed it, because you have Farm to Market Road that had holes that are 18 inches deep,
I
a
get
foot
it.
deep, and it was not my responsibility to bring it to the jury, it's his. But as this manager, the current manager will tell you, I did the same thing with the other manager. I need your blessing. Do you want to do this or none of this? I call it a blessing. So when I do something for this current manager, he gives me a blessing, and if he don't give me a blessing, we don't do it.
You got a dollar amount, that's all I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, work with that,
Cause
Brian.
we pull something like this
We're
here,
way over right now, so what
we'll have
do
a different conversation, cuz.
we gotta figure out how to With
Because at the end of the
200,000
day-
over,
If they- Next year.
At the end of the day,
I follow the budget.
We
they
got
look
one
at us,
road
they don't
that's-
look at you.
Right.
If we go broke.
I got it. I
Exactly.
shut it
Alright,
down.
Absolutely. We have one road left to fix that was not fixed. That was requested fixed, and that was in, Mr. R's ward.
Okay. They still got two of them, Foley Plantation Road and Crossover Road, still not fixed. So I shut it down, respectfully, honestly. Ask the man. We have not bought road
Absolutely.
material right now. I shut it down when I realized it was.
And I called the contractor and said, look, new manager, shut down, nothing happened until he said.
It was resolved on some of these roads like hard time. The majority of the rock is now on the ditch banks because the cost passing is so
We
big.
gotta get a grade.
Anyone was out there monitoring this?
Yes,
Our road grader guy.
you was out there when they was dumping too, right, Paul? You were directing audit and be dumped out there and you was on site sometime. When we brought it up, hold on, let me talk. When we brought up in a meeting, you defended this 100%, saying we need this because the roads are in so bad a shape.
In a meeting? Can you go
In a
back and
meeting.
find that?
It was an executive session and you defended it.
I was never in an executive session.
I agree with you. I know the farm to market roads this past year were the worst that they've been in 5 to 6 years.
And you
They've been
defended it
constantly
also, Your Honor.
degrading, not enough material brought on.
They'll get worse after a really rainy season. And we had that happen and the money goes up, you know? And our gravel roads, I think, been neglected for a long time.
And
Uh,
the motor grader was out of service for a while.
For a
so
long
the-
time.
The roads weren't being maintained.
One was.
Oh, we didn't have an operator on it either because the motor grader operator, one of them wasn't able to work here anymore. And the other one was a maintenance supervisor, so he wouldn't run the motor grader, so we didn't have no operator for that.
To me, we
Was
got
y'all-
operated trees.
So there's of the budget, if the budget's 200,000, we have 60,000 of material that was brought to the barn. Limestone to the barn.
And some of that limestone, if you look at it, was taken from the barn and brought out there.
And well, I don't have that. I'm just going by the numbers on here saying that it was delivered to the barn. I'm just saying, is that material that was sent to the barn and redistributed on the roads, or is it being used for culvert crossings, or
But
is that
some of it
normal to
also
have that
was-
much delivered to the barn?
And
That was prior. I didn't deliver a single drop of rock yet.
No, that's prior to him.
I did not deliver a single drop of rock since I've been sitting in this seat.
Do
because
you
of
have
this.
any idea, LeBlanc, do you have any idea if that's appropriate for what would have been delivered to the barn during?
Well, when I was there, everything was delivered to the barn because like Mr. Pond was saying, anybody that you send a contractor to go spread dump and you're not supervising him, he could spread that real thick and put a lot more loads in that road than required. But no, I could see 60,000 to 80,000 being delivered to the barn easily. You know, you use it for multiple issues. You use it for cross culverts, you use it for driveways, projects, you use it for not just for.
And that's what I meant, if that was used to
Yeah.
cover some of these roads, or was this used for
Yeah,
drainage
look, cross
projects?
culverts, if you don't backfill it with limestone and you backfill it with dirt and limestone, they fill, okay? So recommendation, when you look, he's gonna tell you, recommendation shows to backfill it with limestone. You just been talking to about it this week. As far as for when we do sewer connection,
Look
it's
at
a
this picture.
giant hole that you dig, it gotta be all backfilled with limestone.
What it says on it.
Right, but that limestone, whenever we do a drainage
It
project
tells
and
you,
use
limestone
limestone,
That's
went
right.
and
It's
road
getting-
gravel, whatever road it went.
It should be charged.
it's getting charged to,
Road and bridge.
Why it's not being charged to the job?
Well, I was always told that a cross culvert is road and bridge. Am I
Cross
right?
culverts, road and bridge.
A drainage
Yeah.
project.
It's a
We
drainage
get-
project.
we
It's still
get
a
that
drainage
straight.
project, right?
It's a drainage project, but it's underneath the bed of a road. So they've always charged it as a road and bridge project.
And we could do really better at tracking our
We're working
road
on
and
it.
bridge, man hours. That should be tracked and documented, and it's not, cause I asked him to what the documentation per ward, for each ward on man hours on road and bridge. That he said they're not tracking that.
They turn in
another
their time
thing that
tickets
can-
and it goes in.
Another
We'll
thing that
work
be
on it.
tracked is how much material is used in each ward for cross culvert. Like, we don't even know how many cross culvert we put, but it was a lot.
At the
It's,
end of the
We
day-
need to track that.
At the end of the day,
But this was provided by a road grade operator. It tells you if they had road gravel or limestone that went to that particular location. He couldn't give me an amount because he didn't have
All right, so
the
what do we do
tonnage.
now? What we do now is move forward.
well,
Next year's budget, you gotta up it for sure.
well,
No.
It's not that simple.
no, we don't have no money, we don't have it. Right
Right now, we're in a deficit, so we gotta figure out how to.
Let's see, I think we could buy some time and see what comes back with the bids. We already done cut the budget from construction to 2.8.
No,
Right.
no, not yet, the minute now, with.
No, that
Oh,
wasn't.
well, that's just a committee, but anyways, so let's see what the numbers come back from the road program and we go from there.
So we're gonna continue with not buying any materials right now.
How about the commitment that
I
was
would
made
do
to
no
the
farm
contract?
Market Road till you get closer to grinding and do the one that you just have to do.
And get that road grade out there, salvage.
But we still have $200,000 deficit, so we gotta figure out. how
Agree with you
to-
out.
I agree.
I'll
That
figure, I'll work on it.
road grade can do some wonderful.
But we're gonna wait till we get
I'll
closer
work
to
on
the.
it. Use the road grader.
And,
Oh, yeah.
I'll work on the numbers.
I
this
agree.
road and bridge budget is not just about this road material one. Look at the entirety of the budget. Look at where we've come from 2023 to 2025. We are up on salaries by 150,000. We just hired 2 new people today, which is $90,000. Benefits for those 2 people could be another $60,000. Okay, that's on top of these numbers. It's not gonna be pretty at the end of the year, and we won't get through next year. And we all know general fund can't bail it out, bail them out.
So Brian, how many workers do you have?
We were running about 24 to 25, 26. Now with the addition. Some of those are actually taking the place of previous employees. So we'll be sitting at about close to 30.
Which is a high
Total,
number.
now that's including Ms. Nikki, and
It's a high number.
26 is the most it's ever been.
It's high. Mhm.
26 is the most it's ever been, but as the workload increases, you gotta ultimately increase your workforce, because if not.
Which I understand y'all need, and it goes back to what I've always said. This jury always wants to do more because they feel past administrations didn't do. But I feel past administrations lived within the restraints of their budgets, and this administration doesn't necessarily do that, which costs more to operate, and we don't have the money.
Then it went up since then.
Again,
Everything, I mean, inflation, I
agreed.
mean.
Yeah, but we.
Agreed, but we still living outside of our means.
We just gotta hold for a minute, things will get better for assumption.
Well, you keep hoping things gonna get better. We gotta help things get better.
You gotta
We
deal
got,
with the head
we got a lot of guys that working on big projects, okay? We don't have the manpower for that, all right? These big projects used to be bidded on and contracted out. Now we doing them in-house. So that's more people that taken away from the maintenance department. So in order to get maintenance work, we gotta hire more people.
Well,
We don't have the funds for all that.
right, and they went ahead and bought the big equipment, so we gotta move it and use it. If not, it's sitting there going to waste.
All
All
right,
right,
let's move on.
any more discussion?
Keep moving on.
No
We're gonna
action.
keep moving
So I
on.
just hold up.
Have no more funds.
It's coming,
Do we
it's
still
there,
have
it's
equipment
there.
on, right?
No action,
Ju- ju-
motion
just
to,
Another line item, and I know you don't like to hear me talk, but I'm gonna keep talking.
Keep
Um,
talking, Kim.
Equipment rental, $2,000 we spent in 2023. This year, we're gonna be up to $40,000 because all of a sudden we need to
That
rent
145 is
dump
still on
trucks
rent?
and excavators and all this stuff. We've
That's
never
on
done
130
that.
So 130, but Leroy funded that through his.
I have the excavator and the labor funded through that
That's
project.
correct, but
That
we
does
will no
not
longer
touch
rent
road and
on.
bridge.
That does not touch it. He's correct.
It's gonna come out of a priority project.
on rental beside that one.
motion to adjourn.
That's
What
it.
about these dump trucks?
Nope, they all returned. We don't have any more dump trucks on.
We never had them for a long time, cause
They broke down.
they broke down every time they came.
Let me move.
I got a motion by Mr. Mathur to adjourn. Can I get a second? Second by Mr. Blanchard. All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
You up again, Ron?
Oh. Insurance committee meeting. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Discuss and approve renewal of property and casual insurance with Arthur J. Gallagher. Good news, right?
Not at all.
It's all right. It ain't bad, y'all. It ain't bad. It ain't bad.
3.6%.
It ain't
Down?
bad.
Ain't bad.
It ain't bad.
3.4
Ain't bad.
down 3.6? Yeah.
I'll give you the positive.
Yep, y'all got a tough job. I'm sitting there listening. Tough job.
You too.
I say the same thing every day. so
Keep it low.
That's what the world comes down.
All right, go ahead. Floor is
All right.
yours.
Y'all told me be as quick as possible. I talk too much. Market review is the first 2 pages. That's all the carriers. We shop the market for the best prices, best program, best package we can put together. I think I counted 34 different companies.
we went to, the third page is basically ratings. Page, I didn't put the page number. The next page says summary of significant coverage changes. If you go to that page, there's really no significant, but I'll tell you this, it's still a layered program, which basically means you have a limit of $37,362,103 on your schedule. This year you have a 25 million loss limit. We were able to build that into the program this year. I'm sorry, and we did add a couple of buildings, very small, minor, probably had all of no changes. Federal Court and the Belrose Playground. Detention center fencing, your deductibles at 3% named storm, each building minimum of 100,000 per claim. 25,000 is when we see AOP, all other perils, that would be a 5. The inland marine equipment, that's basically, it tells you last year was 3.3 million, this year is 3.4. Basically, that case excavator, that's about the only thing I see added on there. I make a note, the general liability section of the policy is based on different exposures. One being your budget items, the more money you end up spending, the more they figure that claims are gonna occur. But that's not the only basis. The automobile is the driver. And if you go to the next page, that's where I could show you. The next exposure page, vehicles, you've added 9 units since last year, and we've deleted 2. The total insurance value went from 1.8 to $2.2 million. 47 power units compared to 40. So that's the basic biggest difference. The package on the crime, cyber, no significant coverages or changes as far as exposure or deductibles, anything like that. The page you want to see is the next one. That's your summary. It starts with the property coverage at the top left, 580, 578 is the renewal. That's your 25 million of coverage on your $37 million schedule. Your equipment policy is pretty much the same, 43,906 with that minor adjustment of whatever equipment y'all add or take off, reflective. Your casualty package with travelers, there's an increase in there. Some of it's rate, but some of it's the exposure, like the non-vehicle taking off 2, so that added premium to it. So basically, you can see the difference there. Identity fraud, that's an optional coverage. If you want to cut back something, you can knock that out. That's a expense policy to help your employees if they have some type of fraud that affects their credit. The 1602 is for 3 years. That's $534 a year. It's almost, and that's not it. It's a throw in with the package, but I can take it out if you don't. The next one, cyber and privacy liability. Nobody can live without that nowadays because everybody's getting hit. It's just a matter of how serious it is. The premium's 89.51, small change there. That's at $1 million limit. In case you were wondering, we got another quote, 14,000 for 2 million. So if the money's not low, you tell me how much that claim is gonna be, then I can tell you what limit you should buy. But keeping with the same limit as last year, it's 89.51 compared to 83. Bottom line, you can see the totals. That's a $35,248 difference. I did the arithmetic, and that's a 3.49% increase over last year with those changes that we talked about. Last year, just want to remind y'all had a little decrease. It decreased by 14,907 last year. Last year is where we got the biggest property decrease. It was $61,000 last year when we was able to put it on. As long as the market continues, no storms, hurricanes in our area, all coastal areas, fewer, I think the property market is going to continue to get better. And so that's 2 years in a row your property insurance is not affecting you. I guess scheduled 37 million. I think you're safe at 25. I counted, I looked at it, and your top 10 buildings is 27 million. So that means if you get hit, to go exceed the 25, you'd have to get every single one of them total loss. Yeah. I mean, so I think you're in a good spot, per se.
Not as bad as I thought it.
Yeah, I mean, considering the ones that I bring, this is probably one of the better ones. And look, I've had some claims on auto. And
Yeah, that's driving it.
Yeah.
We talk about saving money in that, we're gonna be running short next year. Are we shopping this, Kim? Our insurance? Go
Yes.
through different agents?
Well, this is what it is. The market's very limited. Those 34
They
markets.
shop it, Jamie.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about us going out to different agents
It's not
shopping.
like the old days, as far as the property insurance and the public entity insurance, there are very few markets out there that's willing to write it, but we access every market under the sun.
non-admitted, mean they didn't propose?
No, they operate as a non-admitted company. The difference is they're not as regulated as admitted companies, and they're not backed by the guarantee fund. So that's what that means. That doesn't mean they're a bad company. You can have an A15, the highest rating on whichever one of those property cat. The reason, we do deal with non-admitted companies, because they could come in and choose to do something in their program, whereas admitted companies, they gotta go through the filing process and get it all approved by the insurance commissioner's office, so very little property insurance. Matter of fact, there's almost nobody with property insurance in the admitted market. It used to be south of the intercoastal, now it's Alexandria is the mark now, you know? So that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. But, yeah, I mean, we shop it every year. I can tell you, on your casualty part, all these towns and cities, they won't bump you to 100,000 on your retention. Right now, you say you can't afford the budget, it's 25,000. I've been fighting them not to bump it up, you know, so you're still at 25,000. And I've kind of been telling y'all that they're gonna push it to 50 or 100 sooner or later, but knock on wood, I mean, y'all been with them for a long time. That's the reason y'all kind of grandfathered in, but that don't say they can't change it next year.
All right, I got a question for you on the auto schedule. So they had, the two items that were removed were the Dodge Durango and Dodge Ram. Those dollar values are the values that was the new purchase, and that's on the schedule, or is that how much those vehicles were insured for?
That was probably the cost new when they were purchased. That's what I'm
So I'm
guessing.
just trying to see how we confirm it, because like that Dodge Durango, you can move the decimal places over 2 and you still overvalue.
Yeah, oh, yeah. No, it's, no. for
I just
sure.
want to make sure that,
No.
Because you're only getting what is valued.
Yeah, you get what it's
Right,
valued.
now,
You get paid for $100,000 on the insurance, but if it's only valued at 5,000, that's what they give you.
We'll give you.
no, I understand that's what they're giving you. I want to make sure that that's what the premium is based on.
Well, what they do,
Yes.
they base the premium on cost new, so it just carries over until you sell it.
You see, and that,
That's not right.
yeah, I just don't.
But it's relative to what, if it's 20 years old, there's gonna be a discounted rate for a 20-year-old at 20,000 as compared to a brand new one at 20,000. Because they know, well, the brand new one, we're gonna pay 20, the old one, we're gonna pay 2,000. So it's reflected in the rate structure. I don't know if that makes sense. But
I understand what you're saying.
I understand what you're
I
saying,
just
because I
don't see
get asked that
anything
question
that says that
all the
that's what it
time.
does.
Yeah, that makes sense, that makes sense. Yeah.
Any further
And
questions?
did, I guess, did the department heads go through and verify this schedule? There's any other vehicles that we had to remove or?
Yeah, we start 90 days ahead and y'all send it to us and y'all check them off. So I guess Kim and I was checking with the department here.
Motion to renew the property casualty insurance with authorization.
Got a motion by Mr. Nakane, got a second by Mr. Bro. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried. Thank you, sir.
Motion
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Nakane. Second, I mean by Mike. Okay,
Yeah.
second by Mr. Bro.
You
All
know
in
you
favor?
still a president?
Yeah, he gonna sign.
Okay, I'll
He gonna
get you
sign.
after the meeting.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
All right. We'll call the engineering grants committee meeting order, record reflect all members are present. First item, update from GIS Engineering. Jolie Moore, Bertrandville, Bell Road, Pottsville, Mr. Lusky.
Good afternoon, Jerry. Jacob Lusky, GIS Engineering. Joe Lamar is tabled. Basically, that's awaiting the RFQ advertisement by the parish.
Right.
The second one, Bertrandville, the additional efforts were completed. We got the resurvey of the as-bills, so they had to extend the excavation from 102 to 120, station 102, excuse me, to station 120 has been completed.
survey came back, as-built survey showing the invert, making sure it matches what the plans say. We have comments on that, minimum comments. We've sent it to the engineer on record. Also discussed was a recommendation from the contractor to a request to us for substantial completion. Along with that substantial completion, we went through and I guess the engineer record can come back and say if he recommends the substantial completion, but we got
Yes.
a request for it.
We did receive a request for substantial completion. The as-built documents were forwarded to my office this evening. I have not had the opportunity to review those. However, in light that the contractor did come back and address all of our concerns that were slated to him before, we do feel we are comfortable at this point to recommend substantial completion. Prior to doing so, there's some housekeeping items in order. We need to do to approve a $no change order for time only to award the contractor back his rain delays, which at this time we've calculated to be right at 21 days. And so we are recommending that you all approve a change order this evening, a $no change order for time only of 21 days to award the contractor his rain delays, which he's allowed by contract.
And that all has been vetted through our reviews. So communication back and forth.
And you said you received some documents today for
As this meeting was going on.
for the substantial completion?
I received the request for substantial completion via GIS's office. Came from the contractor to GIS. They vetted it and then forwarded it to me. I received that yesterday. We requested the as-built. The contractor then forwarded those to GIS. They forwarded the as-built to my office as we were discussing in this meeting. However, I don't feel that that would affect his substantial completion at this point because that only would start his 45-day lien period. And that's why we're still comfortable recommending substantial completion at this point.
But we don't know how much we're withholding if we award substantial completion right now.
You do because GIS had presented to you a itemized list with the amounts to be withheld for the 45-day lien period. I do not have those with me. If you wish to table the substantial completion until the next meeting, I have no
I
issue
just
with
think
that
it'd be
either.
prudent to review the as-built and compare it to what it was supposed to do to make sure it was done.
No issue with that, gentlemen. I would request that you move forward on the $no change order to awarding back his rain days so that we can at least start attributing his contract time and cutting that to what it needs to be if he has now requested substantial completion.
Do we have that change order form for us to review before we approve it?
That was forwarded by Mr. Dwayne. I don't know if he had forwarded it. I don't know if he forwarded it to you all, but I did see it. He did prepare it.
Still nothing for us to look at. I'm not in favor of change.
Right, well, again,
Passing
both of
any
those items
change
can be
order
tabled.
Without being,
It'll be ready
Presented
for
to the-
signatures and presented next.
Yeah, let's do that.
that's no problem.
That's fine.
Yeah, we'd rather do that.
Okay.
Jacob, get it to me and I can put it in their package.
Will do. Next one, Belrose. Belrose are awaiting parish guidance on, timeline for a rebid. So just sitting here, just as soon as y'all figure out if you want to rebid or whatnot. GIS did send an amendment in for the rebidding services as we completed that first one, and then we got the bids and we shut it down. So that construction admin piece, that was submitted. It's hadn't been pushed, just waiting for a signature, waiting for decision. And then Platteville, we are still handling the procedure and processing certified payroll from them, from the contractor. And then I see there is on the backside, you have bullets I and 2, 1 and 2.
Table that, we're gonna table that, Mr. Lusky.
Okay.
As advised, Mr. Chair from FP&C, they have advised me to table item 1 and 2 until our August 13th meeting. Put it back on there.
Not listed on here. LWI projects being Constant Canal. We had submitted back in May 1st, all the things that we thought were necessary. And so ELOS is handling that with OCD. And so she called to check on it and they went through it and found that pretty much everything was sufficient. So they had to go in and update a few small minor things into their portals, IGX portal. So, Ms. Lacy with Elos is working with, and also keeping this one in the loop. And then so we're on standby, waiting for them to say go. So actually, is that the one? Waiting for the NTP on that one. And then Bayou St. Vincent also had, maybe a rider. Is that the one, Mr. Twine with the rider? So Bayou St. Vincent, we're still waiting on that NTP from the state to say go. They issued a rider to the contract. So it's gonna be, I guess, Mr. Twine, you can give an update, but it's gonna require, Mr. Blanchard's signature. And it's an attachment or an amendment, not amendment, but it's an addition that has to be included with the contract. So that's all that's pending at this moment. I think Ms. Lacy with Elos is gonna be routing that, and it's in our hand right now for our VP to sign. Being it's an amendment, it shouldn't be a whole contract review inside our legal process. We're hoping to get that signed by Mr. Ben Mulbrough and over to you tomorrow.
And this is the amendment to provide the H&H
Survey
data
to get it,
to
survey
Arcadis.
completed to get it to Arcadis, yes.
Havertyville drainage.
And then Lavityville drainage. So we are currently working on that. There was a email that came back to us. So we did submit an invoice last week. Was it last week maybe? Well, anyway, we got an email back. We don't have a set contract. What we did was with the urgency, we put it through our general MSA, our general engineering contract, and started work. So not realizing that once the jury approved the fee proposal, we started. But it wasn't an official contract signed. So we did start some surveying and we got some work done on that project. We had to call off the dogs and get the contract. Again, that one is a one-page short form that can be submitted, and that's coming in tomorrow as well. And then what that's gonna do is make that a standalone project, and it won't be part of the general engineering project under the parish.
All right.
So next meeting, I'll be asking if we can move the time into that or see how we can do the contract. It is a T&M, no upset limit, no, do not exceed. So normally with T&M contracts, you show every timesheet, show every note, show every hour. And it tallies, and that creates the labor, that creates the invoice. Normally, it needs to have the contract signed already. So it's on us, but I'm asking the jury if y'all would consider taking that time and effort that we got started and putting it to the new contract. So I don't know the dollar value on that invoice, but all of this will be resolved into your packet and discussed for next meeting. Just giving y'all a heads up.
Do we need a approved signature for that rider, the amendment to the contract for Bayou St. Vincent?
Yeah,
Tonight?
if we can get, approval.
I know we have a meeting for it tomorrow, conference call tomorrow on that, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, bi-weekly with OCD.
With OCD.
Right, just to give them an update, if we can authorize signature on that.
This amendment to,
So we can get it.
It's just a rider that's going to be added into the contract as an attachment.
LWI round 2. Bayou St. Vincent.
staying one.
It's the CDBG in the federal terminology. It's the latest and greatest, dated May 2025.
Is it an update of the terminology? Is that what the
No,
amendment is?
no, they're
not
amending the
scope.
scope of services for GIS to include the requirements that the state put in for the project.
Correct. And that was all put together by, Ms. Lacy.
To be funded by the state.
To be funded by the state. Yep.
Motion by Mr. Diaz for approved for the
President to sign.
president sign the project for Bayou St. Vincent LWI as a rider.
The amendment, the contract amendment,
Say that again,
Contract
amending the
amendment.
scope of services of GIS to what?
to include
State
H&H
required.
modeling as required by the state.
Anything else we need to approve?
Contract amendment for the president to sign. Yes. All right, motion by Mr. Diaz. Second by. Second. Mr. Pineville, all in favor? Opposed, that carries. Yeah, Mr. Leslie, just give me the rest of the information on the next,
We'll have it all to you.
Just for a point of clarity, I mentioned H&H modeling, but it's H&H modeling data collection.
to give to
Right, they're not actually
The
doing
modeler.
the modeling.
correct. So, additional survey data to give to them.
And it's funded by
The state,
the state.
All right,
OCD.
anything
That's all
else?
I
sir?
have. Any questions?
Thank you. Update from the plan of design group?
Evening, council. Brad Hester, Duplantis Design Group. Which had some good news for you. We haven't moved the needle. We're still waiting on the council to execute their choice for which bank they want to go with, or if they would pursue the variance request, or potentially reaching out to representative of the governor's office to try to see if we can't get around this.
Yeah, I'm working on that right now. I still have an answer, but I should have an answer by the next meeting.
Yeah, Joe asked me to separate out a lot, so you could just bring the straight numbers to their office and we'll see where we can go from there. Now, at the same time, we didn't sit on our laurels. We're still working this thing from behind the curtain. So what we did today was actually contact the Corps and vet all the potential options, which they have approved. So the presented options last week of Bayou, Terrebonne, Coastal, Glenwood, or Avoca Island, those banks, those have all been approved by the Corps and Coastal. So whatever option y'all do, and I'm assuming we're gonna wanna go with the cheapest one, have been vetted and approved, and we're not gonna have to wait on an LRAM result for the Corps. So as soon as y'all make that decision, or if we get, a variance or some exemption to what we're gonna have to pay, we're still vetted and approved by the Corps to go ahead and make those purchases and execute as soon as possible. Conversely, or I'm sorry, at the same time, what we did was we requested additional time from both OCM and the Corps to not withdraw or threaten to withdraw the permit at the current time while the decision-making process is going on. So, no necessity to update them, again, just to let them know that we're in talks, we're coordinating, we're trying to reach some type of agreement to make this feasible for the parish. So,
All right, let Myron do his thing, and then I think the second choice gonna be
Yeah.
variance.
I should have somebody next meeting.
yeah, we can table it to the next meeting. And also, I just had a general question. For the Gerald Street project or the levee projects in general, has the parish filed for flood hazard mitigation through FEMA's flood risk reduction program? Nothing? Okay. Bring that up to Joe and we can float some ideas and maybe kick the can around about what maybe y'all can do to recoup some of these costs. Because wholeheartedly for what the system's going to be doing is reducing flood risk, right? And if y'all have insured in the National Flood Insurance Program for these neighborhoods, there may be some, again, I'm not a grant writer. I've just worked within the process. You can basically sign up through the state's co-application process and they'll allocate funds for y'all to kind of recoup potentially some of these losses. So that's some of the stuff that I've been looking into, but Myron, Leroy, get with me and we'll discuss further a later date, okay?
All right, any questions? Thank you.
We need an update on the ring levies to see how we're gonna proceed with this. Yep, on Mill River. So, as I understand, we have a contract with Mr. Sawa for the pumps, correctly, Ron?
That's what I understand for the pumps and decks.
Okay.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do we have an expiration date on that?
I want to say I don't know. There may be, I don't know. I do not know.
And I think this is specific for the capital outlay allocation that was made. The 500,000
Right.
capital outlay allocation.
Right. So you're not sure if there was an expiration date on that?
I will look through the general conditions of the contract and report it back to you. If anything, it would be at least, I believe it's at least 6 months, if not more.
Right.
In any case, that would mean that expiration would only be active if no work was performed within that time frame. We've already delivered the 50% specifications to you all, and we are awaiting further instructions. So that expiration would fall on your decision.
Get us an update on that for next meeting to see where we at with that and how much you have billed us for the contract.
I can tell you now, I billed you 50%.
50%. Right. Brian, is this something that we're gonna do in-house?
you guys are pushing, but we're overloaded already. That's why I said, made the recommendation to
Not the
reduce.
capital outlay
We
part.
can't do the capital.
Can't do
outlay
the-
part.
It has to go off a bid.
Can't break that money up like that.
Joseph, do you have submitted Brian or whoever with the plans for the pump decks?
I submitted that information to the previous director and I worked with Brian on those specifications. Like I said, it's a 50% set. I was waiting further direction as you all move forward with another engineer for the design of the ring levy projects as a whole. I came to this board and offered to work with that other engineer, as I understood you already had their contract in place. You had a contract previously with me, however, you terminated that contract. I'm not here to argue that. I simply offered my services to coordinate with that other engineer, and I am awaiting directive from you. I'm waiting for a directive from you as to what you want to do.
I'll come up with something for next meeting.
All right, yeah, thank you. All right, update from Infinity Engineering on Parish Wire Sewer Plant Improvement Project. He's not here?
Not.
He might.
It's not Brian, it's a new fella.
New fellow, Mr.
Yeah.
New fellow, you on there?
Scott.
Scott?
You don't even have.
Is he there?
Yeah.
He's not here. We'll move on.
So, hold on, Mr. Jeff. Brian just called me from, what he explained to me was, next Wednesday, a pre-construction meeting at 1 AM at our Road and Bridge office.
1 PM.
1 PM?
Yeah, 1 PM, I'm sorry,
We-
1 AM. We get it.
Good.
Good
Yeah,
job.
so I was in contact with him, a couple weeks ago. He just got married.
He's on vacation in Mexico and he called me on the phone just now, that's what I went out.
He
for.
has to put the pre-construction meeting and the notice to proceed after he gets back so that he can do it himself and not have one of his counterparts at the
Right.
office do it.
But he just asked me, he said this guy reported.
So that's scheduled for next week.
Your
Good.
road bridge office? Your office? you
Yeah, I
said?
said that, safe room,
All
at
right,
1 AM. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
update for the Special Program Director. You got anything, Kiki?
On consent now, an application was submitted. And we, like Jacob said, we're waiting on the contract from GSI along with the rider so that we can get that signed. I also worked on a CA data form for capital outlay. And that's it for now.
Is it for now? All right.
Luana, you say you worked on a CEA form for what?
For capital outlay, for 3 projects of capital outlay.
Okay.
A data form that was due on August 15th. Submitted that.
Oh, for the projects that's already in the queue?
Mhm.
So talking about capital outlay, Leroy kind of mentioned it earlier, of meetings that's been going on with the growth that's coming around us and probably will impact us. Infrastructure wise, we're gonna need to put some capital outlay projects out there. We've been told to put them out there. So we know November 1 is our deadline. So hopefully sometime after Labor Day, as pertains to infrastructure projects, we need to at least have some thought process on where we want to go and what we want to do. So just putting that out
Yeah,
there.
so a big part of that is gonna be water infrastructure. BJ Francis did meet with the state delegation regarding what they anticipate, and he's gonna be gathering a list from the water board to send to us to include in our capital outlay request.
And they're gonna take care of the 25% match. We just as the governing authority is gonna put our stuff.
Fine, Nick.
Yeah,
That's perfect.
yeah, they're gonna take care of their portion.
Are they going to administer the grant or no?
Man,
Are they going to administer it or no? It's still going to all run through us? No, it'll still run
we
through.
probably could.
We're gonna have a lot of discussions
It's
with the
about-
state
yeah.
and see how the capital outlay request is even gonna be structured. If it's gonna be individuals or if it's gonna be one big request for a full infrastructure package. So we may have to administer it if it's one. If it's broken up, then maybe we can have it all. I'm not sure how that's gonna work yet
So we don't have to worry about the 25%.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can help. They gonna
for
help.
that portion.
For that
That
portion.
portion.
For that portion. Right.
Anything else, Keith? Good? Thank you. Any update from South Central Planning and Development Commission? Nothing, no action items.
He sent an email.
Yeah, I did give you all a, update on, grant management, on the monthly grant management. The procurement professional services for OCD resiliency courthouse project, Deanne and Paul is working on that. He also said that DRA projects has been discussed at several meetings with no supplemental middles. 10% match on SEDAP, deadline is approaching soon. So
What's that for? 10% match for what?
for SEDAP,
Yes, E.
I don't ring a bell right offhand, but I'm sure that. All right. Anything else from them?
Get some
Any,
detail.
while we're talking about funding, last time you heard anything off of the HMPG money as mitigation money?
Yeah, you're talking about the EOC building and also the
Yeah.
drainage. We in the process of providing two RFIs. I'm getting, GIS is helping with RFIs to go step. With the drainage, they're requesting a benefit cost analysis, which is GIS is helping with for the drainage project. And then for the EOC building, they've requested a small set of drawings in a budget, and also I've got GIS helping me on that also. So we're satisfying their RFIs that they're requesting right now. It's just moving slow. So actually, I talked to Ms. Tina today, and she's working on that. The RFIs.
He's helping you or he's sending you a bill?
No, I've already funded it through my drainage.
So you funded the pay?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not, he's assisting me.
Okay, all right.
So we're
Just
gonna
wanna
go
make
with
sure.
that.
Just wanna make sure.
And then also in the courthouse, same thing with that, with South Central Planning, Ms. Leanne Ruck is assisting me, we having we possibly have to go out for procurement with, for another, for plans and designs for that. So we have to RFQ that, so we're in the process of doing that for that, that's that, OCD grant for the courthouse.
All right, then. Thank you. Update on Ag Center. Lou Preston.
Pre-construction conference was held. The contractor is currently supplying us with all of his submittals. We received the submittals for the roof structure as well as the panels. We forwarded the color charts onto Mr. Blankenship. He's already matched the color to the existing buildings and returned that to us. So once we have all of these vetted, we'll be returning them to the contractor. At that point, we will be requesting a delivery date of those materials. And from that point, I'll be able to better tell you, look, this is gonna be the time frame to get the roof completed. As I stated previously, we're not going to move until we have a definitive that material is being dropped. Some of these materials are being delayed because of steel and tariffs and so forth. The delay times in deliveries have been widely varied. So that's why I'm unable to give you a definitive delivery date on that. And so until that's confirmed, I don't want them touching or removing anything on that roof.
Sure. All right.
That's a delay in that.
Update on courthouse renovations project.
Me and Mr. Paul had our phone call conversation with the architects. To discuss his portion of mine. Right now, I'm currently waiting on a set of stamp drawings to come back so we can move to the next part of the process.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Put the foot no heavy in the gas. Update on Shell Beach boat.
Shelby Bull Launch. I had a phone call from Melissa this morning. Wasn't aware of, it. We have to have a signed, engineer contract signed tonight, by tomorrow. To go ahead and move forward with the funds. I don't have an engineer signed by tomorrow, I may lose the funds at this time. So, Salvador's been doing a lot of work for me. They got all the drawings, everything in line, ready to go. I'd like to go ahead and approve, Salvador engineer as my engineer for the boat launch. I know most of y'all wanna go to RFQs. I don't have time.
Well, you don't have the money to satisfy this estimate either, though. So
I did have to have an engineer, more. Have funds to pay for the engineer, more decoration.
How much money you gonna be losing?
Well, it's for the whole project.
No, yeah, from CPRA.
It's what, 100,
How much they was getting?
48,000. So what it is the purchase, it's the difference between the purchase price and the funding that's available. And the intent of this phase was to make the boat launch safe to use and repair what's needed to be used to make the boat launch usable.
I have to have engineers on, so.
I understand that, but we don't have the funds to cover this estimate to agree to a contract.
How much,
What we need what? How many more we need? How much construction money we have?
oh, you need 250,000.
How much construction money does he have?
Construction money from.
It's the difference between the 666,000, 667, and the purchase price for the property.
How much was the first? So you had a total of 660 to play with, right? Chips. Hold up.
There must have been something taken out.
You better look for that last.
Y'all had admin money taken out of it?
Experience.
Y'all had admin money taken out of that?
You got
Out of his 660?
I don't work these numbers. You got them X to one.
Land purchase is 484.
484. Minus the 660, right? 176. So 176 minus 250. $76.
7667 plus 25,000 for engineering,
Mhm.
$201,700.
Well, you can't add the engineering to it.
No, not add the engineer,
No.
they say he paying that out of his rec, so don't put it in there.
It's gotta be included
You
in
got
that number.
$25,000 in
Is
there?
that what he said?
You believe
No,
it?
he's already allocated the 16,667 from his rec. That was the rest to match the 500 from the state. That's where that number comes from. If you total this and the 500 from the state, that's the 666. I'm not familiar with, you saying Melissa told you today that.
Mr. Coleman, I said I doubt.
I had,
There was a clause in the contract upon signing that said within 30 days, you have to have it engaged in engineer. And that information was missed and Melissa found it today.
It's a more than.
More than 30.
We're just like, but thanks for an extension.
I don't even know who's, Tavanya, who is that, contract with? To expert, who is the agency?
I don't lose the funds, so, I get engineers on.
I understand what you're saying, but
We still gotta have the money.
the scope that you have in this
understand,
opinion
but-
of cost exceeds the scope that's required by that contract.
You got limit
So
those.
he need a total of 68,000.
I'm not sure what he needs to do.
The two, he would have 182 left after he purchased the land and everything, right?
660,667 less 484,000 is 176,700.
So your only option, I think, Myron, is to have an engineering contract with construction costs and engineering not to exceed that number. That's, because you don't have any funding to go beyond that.
So,
And then the scope is gonna have to be adjusted
Right,
to satisfy that, but I can tell you, you're gonna have an issue because now you have a project created over $250,000 where you didn't have that much money to create the project. I'm gonna give you an example. So you got
I just thought it was something.
20,000 in here for a fish cleaning pavilion.
I mean, I need that.
No, I know you don't need it in this phase.
I don't need it, yeah, I don't need it in the pay. I just have to start with someone, I have to do something to get started.
I gave you an out.
so look, check this out.
Got you.
Can I go ahead and give him the difference?
Out of your recreation?
No,
I was gonna say.
no, this is a restoration project you can use GOMESA dollars to go ahead and help support that, right?
Right.
This is,
Yeah, it's a restoration project.
Gomesa's committed.
This,
I'm gonna have funds left over to get,
overcommitted.
I'm gonna have funds back left over to help.
Then decommitted.
I'll decommit it.
Until we have decommitted funds, Gomesa's fully committed, overcommitted. And the last time I asked y'all to decommit
How
a
much
project
he-
y'all didn't
How
want.
much he need to get to his 250?
he doesn't need to get to his 250. That's the point I'm trying to make.
He said, but that's his construction budget.
But it's not a reasonable budget is what he said.
It's
got
not a
things in there he
requirement of
doesn't
this
need.
contract that he has to agree to
we don't have to do this, I just need an engineer. We could scale back.
That's fine.
I was saying
You can
that,
scale back
Ed
the
Gordon, South
content.
Central Planning is the, grant administrator of this grant.
We scale back on the project.
And in the clause it stated that, that an engineer needed to be selected within 30 days.
And tomorrow's 30 days.
Tomorrow's 30
Yeah,
days.
we need an engineer.
All right, the question is, how you gonna pay for this engineer?
I've been engineer, got a regulations.
I don't know right offhand if he has that available. I have to check that.
Just again,
But
that you do it as a not to exceed 176,000, so you stay within your
Right.
allocated budget.
I understand that.
but Leroy said a portion of that engineering is covered already, you said. Didn't you stated that?
No, I said that has to be inclusive of engineering and
Hey,
construction.
look, this is not just
Inclusive of,
this is
okay.
just not a award on a project, this is the whole Parish project. Everybody in the Parish will be using it, this is a bull launch. So
We didn't think about that when we did a tackle bomb. Oh, no.
Get it, Mike, get it, Mike,
Get it,
get
Mike.
it, get it, get it.
But-
Boy, you
I
open
know.
up your mouth now, bro, you done messed up.
But Myron, you were fully aware whenever the money was coming from CPRA and the state, that you were not gonna get the completed boat launch yet.
Right,
But you're presenting the engineering to get a completed boat launch.
I had to suffer somewhere, I had to suffer.
I understand.
When you gave up $500. I need to scale back, I understand, I
As
need to
much
scale
money
back,
as he can.
but I need to start something, huh?
It don't make no sense to give the state no money back. That don't look good.
No.
That's the bad part. Don't look good.
So, press the engineer for 170, we said 170?
Not to.
Not
Not to see 170.
150.
Construction.
Construction. that's
And
engineering.
engineering at a total cost of 176,667, not to exceed.
Right.
Inclusive of both. Correct, Leroy?
So I got a motion by Mr. Mathern for construction engineering of the Shell Beach launch program not to exceed $176,000 for construction and engineering. That's your motion?
That's my motion.
Motion by Mr. Mathern.
Yeah.
Can I get a second?
Need a second.
Can't let the money go back.
Second by Mr. Brew. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So that has to be read.
Yeah. Don't let no money.
You do that, Joe?
And you need a motion for, the president to sign the cash sale for the property.
All right, hold
Oh,
on,
yeah.
hold up. All right, so got a, give me that ayes again, in favor? Myron,
All right.
Charlie,
Any nays?
Come on,
all
man.
right, 2 days, 3 nays.
You ever lose the money on the bull launch? I mean, you ever shut it down?
Engineering.
Huh?
I don't want him as the engineer.
Really?
Really?
Who's the engine, who's an ace?
Leroy, where you at?
Well, we don't want it, but we gotta do it. We need that launch.
You don't want him either?
I'm in favor, so we don't lose the fund.
Yeah.
Don't lose that
All right,
funding, man.
motion
Don't-
carries. Motion carries.
Thank y'all, fellas.
Also, I need a motion to, Mr. Calabro,
Correct, for the president to, execute the cash sale for the immovable property for the boat.
Make a motion on that.
motion by Mr. Mathern to execute sale
Movable property.
of property. And have president decide, correct?
Correct.
All right, motion by Mr. Mathern, second by Mr. Brew, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Motion adjourned.
Motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Diaz, second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Opposed? Meeting adjourned.
I need to buy that launch.
Tomorrow at 4.
Or for, right, if I'm sorry.
Oh, you cut
They
that off?
sent me an email saying tomorrow at 2.
The next meeting.
We'll call to order our regular meeting of the Parish Police Jury for July 23rd, 2025. Let the record reflect all members are present. Please rise for our prayer, be followed by our pledge. God, who teaches us by sending the light of the Holy Spirit into our hearts, grant that by the light of that Spirit, right judgment may be ours, that we may ever find joy in his guidance. Amen.
Pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any corrections to be made for the minutes of July 9th, 2025 regular meeting? Hearing none, I entertain a motion to approve those minutes. Motion by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Public comment period. This time we accept public comment for any item on the agenda. Second call. Last call. Let the record reflect no public comment. Drainage Committee report. Chairman Ponville.
Yes, sir. The Drainage Committee meeting was held this afternoon at 4 o'clock. All members were present. We had an update on the Lower Texas Monterey Road and Himalaya Canals. We had an update on the drainage projects of the installation of pumps and the pumps that are being stored in the warehouse. We tabled item number 3. No action was taken on item number 4. We spoke about and not considered to add any drainage projects through 2025, but we're gonna continue to operate as normal. And I present this all in the form of a motion, sir.
Motion by Mr. Ponville,
Second.
second by Mr. Nakane. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Personnel Committee report. Chairman Diaz.
Personnel Committee met at 4:22. All members were present. We approved 6 weeks of leave for FMLA leave for general maintenance worker. We approved 8 weeks of medical leave for equipment operator 3. We approved a donation of leave to an equipment operator 3. 4 and 5 were tabled. We approved to hire equipment operator 2 with CDL. We approved another hire equipment operator 3 with CDL. We approved to hire 2 general maintenance employees. We approved to transfer a road and bridge employee to maintenance. We approved to promote a general maintenance employee to general maintenance foreman with a 6-month probationary period. We also have 1 deviation to approve the secretary treasurer to terminate and hire if needed. 1 position. I present this in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Diaz,
Second.
second by Mr. Carter. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Finance Committee report. The Finance Committee met. All members were present. We approved to pay the list of bills submitted through July 18th, 2025. We approved the budget comparison statements for June 2025. And we approved to purchase the surfacing materials for Monterey Park through Ward 4 Recreation. The balance of what was due.
Motion to accept the report.
Motion to accept report by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Bro. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Road and Bridge Committee report.
Road and Bridge Committee met this afternoon. All members were present. We discussed recommendations from the engineer for our 2025 road overlay program, and we approved the construction budget at 2.8 million. We also discussed the road and bridge budget with no action. I give you those 2 items in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn,
Second.
second by Mr. Nakane. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Insurance Committee report.
Insurance Committee meeting was held this afternoon. All members were present. We discussed and approved the renewal of property and casual insurance with Arthur J. Gallagher. I give you that item in the form of a motion.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn. The second by Mr. Bro, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Engineering Grants Committee report. Chairman Nakam.
Yes, Engineering Grants Committee meeting met, all members were present. We had an update from GIS Engineering. We approved, the president signed a, contract amendment to Bayou St. Vincent, project. We had an update from the Planet Design Group. Update from Infinity Engineering on Parish Water Sewer Plant Project. And I think there's a 1 o'clock, pre-construction meeting next Wednesday at the, Parish Bowen. We had an update from Special Program, Directing Grant Coordinator. Update from South Central Planning Commission. Ms. T gave an update on that one. Had update on Ag Center Roof Project. Update on Courthouse Renovation Project. And we had an update on Shell Beach launch, which we going to, execute sale of property, president to sign. And
Yes, and approved, engineering, construction and engineering contract not to exceed $176,667.
perfect. But all that form of motion.
Make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Mathern, all in favor? Opposed?
You could post void a project that's coming
I
together.
wasn't the engineer.
Wow.
Wow.
Presentation of 2024 audit by Eisner Ampner. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tiffany Dorsa. I'm a partner with Eisner Amper. Here with me today is Suzanne Giroir, which, oversees the day-to-day. You're all familiar with us, so maybe one of y'all, one or two of y'all. But we have an overview of the financial statement audit. We have a presentation that we handed out a little bit earlier. And we're going to go through the highlights of the audit report with you, so you don't have to read the big old book. We're just going to hit the high points. There's a lot of words on some of these slides too. We're not going to read them either. So we're just going to kind of hit the high points and move on. So, as you know, we audited the financial statements, the opinion units, which include the governmental activities, the business type activities, all of your major funds, and the remaining aggregate fund financial statements of the police jury for the year ended December 31st, 2024. We dated our report June 25th, 2025. We ensured compliance with submitting to the Legislative Auditor's Office, which is required 6 months after your fiscal year end. And our role, move on to page 3, is to provide and express an opinion on whether those financial statements are materially correct in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We did issue an unmodified opinion, which states exactly that. While our responsibility is to give you that opinion, it does not relieve management of their responsibility or your oversight in management performing their functions as part of that financial reporting process. So the audit gives you reasonable, not absolute assurance that these statements are materially correct, because we don't audit every transaction, right? We use the concept of materiality, and we'll kind of talk about that later. The next page talks about us being independent. In order to do this, we have to remain independent in accordance with our standards. That means that we have to communicate to you and ensure we comply with all of our ethical requirements and independent standards. We're required to communicate our plan, scope, and timing of our engagement to you, which is communicated in our engagement letter. We do in that engagement letter identify risks that as we're looking through our processes, and we didn't make any changes to those assumptions as we went through our audit process. So moving on to page 5 talks about materiality. The concept of materiality is a misstatement that includes omissions, and they are material if there's a substantial likelihood that individually on the aggregate would influence the judgment made by a reasonable user of the financial statements. Judgments of materiality are affected by the size, the nature, or combination of both, and includes a lot of judgment. And we really consider the users as a group, not an individual users of these financial statements. So there's a number, it's quantitative, but it also has qualitative factors to it. So when we're considering those users of the financial statement. So we did not identify any material misstatements in the financial statements. There are a lot of significant accounting policies that go into the reporting here. Governmental accounting standards. There's tons of accounting policies and procedures. You did have to adopt a new one. They're on GASB 101. So we're down to 100 now, a little over 100 actually. They're still going. That related to compensated absences. So if you do read the big book, you'll see in there that the police jury adopted compensated absences. When you adopt an accounting standard, it requires you to restate your beginning net position as a result of this adjustment. It was about $350,000 that is required in accordance with standard, that you kind of show what the current period effect would be on that standard. So you basically adopt it in the beginning of the year. You show the change in the current year, and that comes up with your correct ending balances. This new standard replaced GASB 16, which basically just looked at vacation and sick time. GASB 101 kind of was more inclusive and more of a, kind of gave you a framework and how to consider leave. It considered vacation, sick if you use it, even though you don't pay it out, which was the previous rule. So if it's going to be used in the next, in the upcoming period, that's how you kind of calculate it. So it considers sabbatical leave and personal time and all of these other things that have kind of like come about over time. So it's not just limited to vacation and sick. So it did have an impact to your financial statement, and we did go ahead and make that adjustment. So just wanted to kind of make you aware of that. Legal transactions noted. There are significant estimates in the financial statement, compensated absences being one of those, because the way you record it is if it's a reasonable, if it's more likely than not that it's going to be used. So that's like greater than a 50%. So how do you come up with that? We look at history. So we've got several years of data back to see what people would elect to determine what that percentage would be and applied to the compensated absence, to the current enrolled participants today. OPEB is your other post-employment benefit obligations. Your other than retiree benefits, so it's retiree health benefits, any other retiree benefits that are outside of health. So that liability is based on actuarial valuation, as you may know. This year, that total was about 4.3 million. The net pension liability, that's not a, that is also a significant estimate based on actuarial assumptions. So there's a lot of facts and circumstances that go into calculating those numbers, as well as your accumulated amortization of your capital assets at the government-wide level. So the useful life of those assets is considered an estimate because it's depending on how long you determine those assets are going to stay in use for. Page 8 kind of talks about the same disclosures that we talked about with respect to the estimates. The other things I'm supposed to tell you, management didn't go out and look for other accounts to give them a different opinion because we already gave you an unmodified one, unless they were looking for a different one. I don't know why they would do that. We did not identify any potential or known fraud. We had no disagreements with management. We didn't identify any non-compliance with laws and regulations. We had no difficulties while performing our audit procedures. And so those are the most significant things you want to hear. We appreciate everybody's assistance here. And then Suzanne is going to go through the actual financial highlights. And then I'm going to come back to you and talk about management letter comments and the other matters.
You gotta get along with y'all. Y'all here for 6 months.
What's that?
We gotta get along with y'all. Y'all here for 6 months.
Right, we're here forever. I know. Seems like we just left.
We'll be here
We'll be
again
back in a couple months.
Yeah.
We did just leave. Okay, so slide, so 11, is the government-wide financial statement, overview. And so this is, on the long-term focus, which is a full accrual method, which means that fixed assets, debt, your pension liability and your OPEB liability are all included in these numbers. And so
As Tiffany mentioned, the 2023 column says as restated. Again, that's because of the GASB 101 related to compensated absences. So the big changes that I kind of want to talk about here are your total assets increased a little over $1 million from last year. And the biggest change there is your fixed assets increased by about $1 million, and that'd be a net number. So you had additions, but then you also had some accumulated depreciation. So, or depreciation expense for the year. So I'll kind of talk about that a little bit more further along. But your total assets of 93.7 million, the majority of those are made up of, again, your fixed assets is about 48 million of the total. And then your cash and investments is $37 million of that number. So two big numbers you have in your total assets. In your liabilities, they've gone down substantially from the prior year. And those changes are your bonds decreased a little less than $1 million from last year. So it's pay downs on your debt. You did not have any new debt. So all your payments just reduced your debt. You didn't have some new debt to offset some of those payments. Your OPEB liability in the prior was 5.5 million. This year is down to 4.4 million. So that's another cause for that decrease in your liabilities from the prior year. Additionally, your pension had an increase. Your pension liability or your retirement liability decreased as well from the prior year. Your net position, so it's divided into three categories: net investment and capital assets. So that increased again about $1 million, and again that's those fixed assets. So you had additions you had net additions of about $4 million, but you had depreciation expense to offset some of that, as I mentioned. And then the majority of your fixed asset additions were road project related. Your restricted net position had a slight increase from the prior year. So your public improvements is the biggest restriction that you have in your net position, and that's a little over $20 million of the 24. The rest of your restrictions related to federal and state grants, funds that you've received that you haven't actually spent on those costs yet. But your unrestricted net position has a significant change from the prior, very positive change. It was negative in the prior year, and this year is a little over $1 million. So you do have a substantial total net position of $68.8 million, but keep in mind, the restricted portion is only about $1 million. Unrestricted. Sorry, the unrestricted portion. So for the year though, your
you can't spend it all is what she's telling you. And you already have it dedicated.
You can spend it, but you can't spend it all on just anything.
You should have been here about an hour ago.
So they can take this, right? And I got it. So the increase in net position is like your net income for the year. So for 2024, you're a little over $2 million. Any questions there?
I'll say just having a positive unrestricted net position is a good place to be in. If you look at most governments, that number is negative, and it's a pretty large negative number driven by OPEB and that pension liability. So you can say your parish government here has a very positive, healthy, financial picture as of December 31st, 2000.
Yeah, I mean, this is a point in time.
It's a point in time.
Right. And so we know things may have changed since then, as funds have come in and funds have been spent. So any questions on that? Okay, the next page is a 10-year history of your tax revenues, sales tax and property tax. So you can see sales tax has some kind of little bumps in it. In 2015, in those years, there had been a downturn in the oil and gas industry. So those amounts are a little lower than maybe they were in the past at that point. 2020, COVID affected everyone, and all the taxes are related to that. But then 2022 and 2023, you can see some increases, and that's been attributed to just the rebound in the economy after COVID. So you can see a nice increase between 23 and 24 here. So, the good news is that number is rising and is going in the right direction. Property taxes, you would expect to be pretty flat, and they kind of are, except there is a slight increase, and typically that's just due to reassessments, not necessarily substantial growth in this area. Page 3, I'm sorry, 13. So, so this is on, yeah, sorry. This is the short-term focus. So this is gonna be kind of a recap of what you would typically see on a monthly or quarterly basis in your financials. The numbers we talked about before that have fixed assets and debt in those are not numbers that you typically would see throughout the year. You do have more than 60 funds, so that non-major funds column all the way to the right includes a number of funds.
And a reminder, this is in thousands, so they're
Yes.
not that small. So add 3 zeros to the end of these numbers to get you an estimate.
Yeah. So the big changes here from the prior year, so your governmental revenues of $20.3 million for 2024. In the prior year was 20.7 million. So there was a slight decline there, and mainly in your federal and state grant funding is where that decline showed up. Your governmental expenditures in total were pretty comparable to the prior year. Last year, they're 20.6 million. This year, they're 20.6 million. And then if you notice, like your Section 8 housing, for example, that typically operates at break even. Your American Rescue Plan Act. So in that fund, you still have $3.9 million worth of funds that have not been spent. So that would show up in the fund balance for that fund, but we don't have it shown here, so, but you do have funds available in there to still spend. So page 14. So this is just 2 graphs that show how you spent your funds between 23 and 24. Again, those expenditure numbers are pretty close. Last year, 20,680,000. This year, 20,618,000. The big changes here are that in 2023, you had capital outlay. So capital cost fixed asset additions of about $7.2 million. The majority of which was related to Attack-a-Paw and then Lee Drive. This year, your capital outlay is about $4 million. So what happens is your capital outlay percent since your total didn't change very much, your capital outlay percentage has declined, which then affects the rest of the other areas since your total is essentially unchanged from the prior year. So those percentages kind of fluctuate a little bit on how you spent your money in 24 compared to 23. And then page 15, so this is a 10-year history on your federal grant expenditures. For 2024, it was about $3 million. And you can see there's a good bit of fluctuation in there, but there's a couple spikes. In 2016, the major projects during that year were the Mississippi River reintroduction to Bayou Lafourche, which is about 4.2 million of the total for that year. You had several sewer and drainage projects, and then you did have the Attack-a-Paw Canal restoration as well. And then in 2020, there's a little bit of a spike there, and there were Go Mesa spent funding that was spent about $3 million, almost $4 million out of the 5.8 for that year. And then the next graph kind of shows where those two totals, 23 and 24, those federal water expenditures, kind of what were they spent on? Again, you can see Go Mesa is the biggest portion of 2023 as well as 2024. That gives you a little bit more detail on that spending.
And then we'll move on to page 18, which talks about the audit results. I already told you on modified opinion of financial statements. We also mentioned here a modified opinion on compliance, as we just talked about. I just talked about federal award programs. So we audited 2 of those federal programs, the Gulf, GOMESA, which was 37% of your total expenditures. And we also audited the Colorado State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, which represent about 12% of your federal expenditures. We did not have any findings related to those audits of those federal programs. The next couple of slides talk about when it's required to communicate internal control matters. It talks about the differences between material weaknesses and significant deficiencies. We didn't identify any of those in the audit for this fiscal year. Page 21 talks about management letter comments. We talk about no internal control over financial reporting findings, no internal control matters over your federal programs, no compliance matters reported in our yellow book or federal compliance report. But we did have opportunities for improvement that we noted as we're going through our procedures. Some of them came out of the statewide agreed upon procedures. Some of them just kind of came out through our audit, just other audit procedures that we're doing throughout the process. So we did report 4 management letter comments, which are opportunities for improvement in your internal control or practices that are best practices. Some of these items may not be material, but are those things you want to correct, so you don't want them to become material, right? So we mentioned 2 of those. The first one talks about credit card purchases. While we're doing our test of our statewide agreed upon procedures, we noted that one of the credit card statements, the balances carried forward from a prior month on the library credit card. And we also had a Walmart credit card for which there were finances charges. If you're not supposed to get finance charges as a government, so they were small, $50, $15 in assessment fees, so really tiny. However, we don't want to make that a practice, right? So we did mention that in the first comment. The second one relates to adherence to your contract terms and timeliness of some contract renewals. We had 3 items that we identified in several of the contracts. There was a pest control service contract that had a monthly rate of $550, but the amount actually paid was $625. So there was an amendment to the contract to ensure we're making the payment agrees to those contract terms. Similarly, there was a lawn care contract that had ended, but we continued to make payment for lawn care without a contract in place. That's only $150 a month. Then finally, there was a payment to a vendor for about $2,470 that did not include all the items within the agreement. Amendment was made to the contract, an invoice, but the pricing terms associated with those items weren't included. So best practices obviously is to obtain the amended contract, ensure that happens before it's paid, so that you're ensuring you're paying for the right items.
Yeah, and again, these were identified through those statewide agreed upon procedures that are very, very specific and detailed. And, so we have to select contracts. They tell you how many to select, et cetera. And so some of these were identified through the selection of items related to those procedures. Otherwise, we might not have come across these transactions necessarily.
The third comment relates to disbursements that were being made from gate collections from the Ward 1 Recreation Community Basketball Program. So basically expenditures were being paid with the cash and not running through the purchasing processes through the police jury. So we want to ensure that in order to keep control over expenditures and approvals, that they follow the policies and procedures of the police jury, because they have an agreement to do that. And that would include, ensuring procurement procedures and all the things that would have to happen. So we want to make sure that helps with, making sure that doesn't happen. Don't pay cash out the drawer. There's no way to audit that. There's no way to keep track of all that. So best practices is to go through the correct processes through the police jury process. The final comment we have is related to a contract under the GOMESA program. Under federal award programs, you're allowed to use the micro purchase thresholds. There was an amount, very small amount, about $1,700. When you use a micro purchase threshold, you can do it without soliciting competitive prices or rate quotes. However, the requirement is that if you do it that way, you need to make sure you've done some research that the prices are reasonable for what you're paying for. So you need to have some documentation to support your conclusion that you've got the best price. So even though you may not go out for, a proposal or whatever, because it's so small, it's okay. You just said, okay, I'll check that quote and that seems reasonable and you just gotta get that documented.
Yeah, and that was the issue. There was no documentation.
No documentation.
We didn't pick up on, was this seemed unreasonable for what was purchased? That was not the issue. It was simply a documentation issue.
And that is all that we have.
Yeah, and then the results of the statewide agreement procedures were actually very, very positive, here. A lot of, there's, again, a lot of procedures that they require us to, follow. And so typically entities have much more issues just because, again, it's very, very detailed. It's black and white. It's yes or no. It's not, there's no room for interpretation. It's, do they have this? Did they document this? Did they do this? And I think there was maybe 5 or 6 maybe in total, items that were considered exceptions that management has already provided a corrective action plan. But again, they are very small and didn't even rise to the level of you maybe have a control that needs to be implemented or strengthened. They were just items that.
And several of them were just mentioned in the management
Some of
letter
them
comment.
were-
The other one was related to the board communication regarding findings and follow-up. And then the other one related to, purchase order. We were lacking one purchase order out of the cust of 12 that we had.
Specifically on that, on the first one about the
Yes.
reporting to the board, can you confirm again, is it management letter findings or just audit findings that I have to report to the board?
It's only audit findings.
Only audit.
Yes, so if we had an audit finding this year, it's required. For management letter comments, it's not. Although I would say it's probably a best practice to do that if you feel it's significant enough, and that would be a management decision to make.
Sound like a good audit to me,
Great audit.
great audit. Good. Hats off to our staff.
Yep, great job.
Absolutely has
Thank
something
you.
on staff. They worked hard.
They worked hard.
They worked very hard.
I know they get criticized for sometimes, but they.
And we'll say it was on time, right? It was on time. It was on time.
But,
Right.
again, with that, hats off to Melissa, because Melissa put in a lot of time, before normal work hours and after work hours to accomplish that. And without her ability to do that, it would not have been on time. So, I want to make that known.
Good. Thanks,
Thank you, Melissa.
You're aware.
Can you hear us live? Thank you, Melissa.
All right, thank you, year from now.
And most of these management letter findings, just to let you all know, I would say 95% of them are not internal to this operation. They are external boards. Every single one of those members has been contacted in writing to let them know of it and to try to work to remedy it and to not have it happen again.
Perfect. Perfect, good, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Next item, update on complete streets in Assumption Parish with LSU Ag Center and CPEX.
I thought they were here for us.
Good evening, y'all. I've been up here a couple of times talking about complete streets and let's see what it was, May of 23, maybe, where the kid came from Liverville Middle. You actually adopted 2 of the plans we put together. But today we have some of our team members to just talk a little more in depth about it. We've taken kind of all of the complete streets work we've done in Assumption Parish and compiled it into one document where it's easier for you to look at and kind of have an understanding of that. So,
Before we go,
yes.
is there a plug for the computer presentation or?
You have a computer?
Yes, sir. You want the flash drive instead?
No, I can't do that.
You can plug it in right
Sure can.
Either way, so I'll let them introduce themselves. They'll give a presentation and we're happy to take any questions after.
Can we, Ms. Maria, can we get their names and whatnot for the record?
Sure.
Good evening. My name is Jamila Freitman and I'm the CDC Higher BC Program Manager at the LSU.
Jamila Freitman.
Could you spell that, please?
JAMILA FREIGHTMAN.
Very good southern name.
And my name is Alex. I'm the landscape architect at the Center for Planning Excellence.
Thank you.
It's gonna be behind you.
All right, I was hoping it was gonna be on that level for you guys. Okay. So today we're just gonna go over the background of the program. I'm not sure how many of the police jurors have been aware of the whole process. The process that we undertook to get to where we are today, and 3, some considerations going forward.
And I'm just gonna give a brief overview of the background of where this work came from. It's funded by the CDC's or Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's High Obesity Program. And those are some of the partners that work with us, mainly CPEX and ANHA. And so this program is funded. The purpose of it is to improve health outcomes in parishes that have an adult obesity rate over 40%. And so our goal is to improve access to physical activity through community design by making places safer, implementing complete streets plans, doing walk audits, demonstration projects, and things like that. And also increasing access to healthy food by enhancing the food system. So some of the work that we've done is work with our local food pantries to increase their capacity to accept healthier foods. We also work with early child education centers to also help them enhance their procurement processes to get healthier foods by working with local farmers and things like that. But just to kind of focus on the physical activity strategy for this project, and what we're doing by leveraging the Ag Center to do this work is providing guidance on planning and securing funding for infrastructure improvements to build safer, better connected communities in places around Louisiana and rural Louisiana, as well as support planning for community and economic development through local engagement and assessments like visioning sessions. I think some of you have been to our visioning sessions that Maria has hosted, as well as walk audits and, like I said, demonstration projects. And if you're not familiar or you haven't heard of it, but we also host a biennial Rural Complete Street Summit that brings local community teams together to really have a focused discussion about the planning and infrastructure changes that they want to see. And all of this work that we do is dictated by the community. We don't make any decisions, what to do with our funding and resources that the communities don't want. And so that's basically it. And I'll turn it over to Alex to move forward with the presentation.
Thank you for that. So some of you may not know the term of complete streets, but a complete street is a street that is built for everyone. Traditionally, as streets have been constructed through communities, they've been primarily constructed with the purpose of moving vehicles from point A to B. The concept of complete streets includes pedestrians, cyclists, motorists, transit users, and people of all ages and abilities to safely use and transverse the right of way to go to meaningful everyday destinations. They balance safety and convenience for everyone using the road. We started this work in 2018 when the CDC awarded the first 5-year HOP funding to the LSU Ag Center. Since then, we've done quite a bit of work in Assumption Parish, in Belrose, Supreme, and Pierre Park. Maria, I don't know if you want to speak deeper to that, or if you'd like me to take the.
We can. Are y'all familiar with those 3 projects? So the main part being in Belrose, of course, we put the playground in last year. I know that the funding has been secured and they have started on the walking path. And then we helped to put together the application for the transportation alternatives program there. In Pierre Park, which that's a connectivity plan that I'm not sure ever made it to the board. It's definitely not adopted yet. It's only a portion of Pierre Park, but it includes the crosswalks that were recently put in on Lee Drive for the kayak docks that the rec board put in place. So that was part of our work as well. And then our most recent project is the Supreme project, which the kids came, they presented the plan to y'all. And we are actually installing the playground equipment this weekend. Hopefully the weather is nice to us. But we're moving forward with that too. So those are the 3 big projects we've had so far.
And then.
Oh, I forgot about that. I don't know if y'all are aware of that either, but the flashing beacons that are in at the Belrose school zones and Lewis primary are also a result of our complete streets work.
So as you can see, there's already been a lot of movement on the ground level about making streets safer for everyone in the community. In 2023, Leroy had encouraged us to think of how this could benefit the parish as a whole. We included the Complete Streets recommendation booklets, which I have a copy of for everyone on the police jury to have and review at their leisure, to incorporate the parish-wide cycling leisure and for health as a part of this Complete Streets exercise. And we've also recently started a work group in Napoleonville to work on some of the same momentum that's going on in the other 3 communities in Assumption Parish. So our process to develop Complete Streets recommendations like this map that you see on the board here are to engage the community through visioning sessions, walk audits, to where we're meeting with stakeholders in the community, local librarians, concerned citizens, elected officials, and members of public work, to be on the ground and see what people see and experience in their day-to-day lives and how we can actively work to make those things better. We have done community engagement activities to build these plans, to where we are going out to local events and festivals and meeting people where they are, to understand what barriers they face and where they're actively trying to get to as they walk and bike. So all of those develop the plans that we make, and then just for y'all to consider as the police jury to adopt this report in the plans that, like Pierre Part, that might not have been adopted yet, is adopting a Complete Streets plan unlocks funding. It enables coordination and preservation plans, pavement preservation plans. So it just alerts the DOTD region that y'all fall in, that these are community desires that should be reflected and considered as they come in and do pavement preservation projects. They'll know who to talk to in the community to work on getting these components implemented, and also for other funding sources like the Transportation Alternatives Program and Safe Streets for All. Having a community developed plan is a component of those things. And then just concluding on my next steps are for each of you to review the report, follow up with any questions, and then share them with either myself or Maria. So I can end there with questions. We can pass out the reports. I'm sorry to send them sooner.
I do want to add too, before we brought it here, we did hold an active people work group meeting. Don't think any of the jurors were able to be there, but we did have the district DOTD engineer in attendance, and he said, we're definitely moving in the right direction. It is important to have. A lot of places don't feel the value of it. It's like, oh, we put this together and then it sits on a shelf. But if you have it and it's in place, they do like to reference it when they come in to do work. So I just want y'all to know our district DOTD engineer has looked at this as well, and thinks that it's a good thing to put in place.
Well, appreciate y'all.
I know y'all have a lot of things on y'all plate. Any little thing we can do to help, that's what we're here for.
So in the next, I would say probably month, we're gonna be forming a steering committee to guide, I guess the economic development opportunities that are coming on the north end of the parish. And I'd just like to have a representative from either CPEX or, Ag Center or something, to be part of that steering committee to help drive exactly what the parish needs to do to position ourselves to, accept the incoming growth into our area and be ready for it whenever it gets here. So I know that's kind of different than where we were with this plan, because that's a lot of new information that's coming to us. The Louisiana Economic Development is going to be part of this. And there's several other state agencies that are going to be part of it. But I'd just like to invite, CPEX to be part of it if you can, to give us some assistance, because we, just quite frankly, we don't know what we're doing whenever it comes to planning for the type of expansion that's coming to our area. We're going to need some guidance. The TJC group has offered to lead this for us from a public relations standpoint, structure, and lead these meetings. So we're gonna be taking advantage of that in the next couple of weeks. So, if I could, I'd like to add y'all to the list of invitees to those meetings.
Jamila can speak to what's allowed, what's inside our
Sure.
wheelhouse.
Yeah,
so.
no, that's definitely allowed, and any type of community engagement efforts that may be a part of this effort, we can definitely support and lead and come up with the assessments, do the outreach, because I think there is a component of making sure the community is aware of what's going on and getting their feedback. So we could definitely do that. We can also offer and possibly fund extra technical assistance that you may need as well regarding marketing of the community and what's happening here, as well as the economic development portion of this. Yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm next, too, friend, I'm sorry. Next presentation.
You got another one?
Yes.
So our next item is the Beat the Heat Napoleonville from Pennington Biomedical Research Center, LSU, and the Center for Planning Excellence.
All right, so I'm Stephanie Broyles from Pennington. I've been up here before in the context of the Rural Heart and Lung Study. You'll know Aaron, who's our big community presence here in Assumption Parish. CPEX, and then Dr. Yimin Zhu at LSU in construction management. So let's see. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. So this project is really in response to what we all know, that we suffer in Louisiana with, growing heat waves. It's particularly important here. So Louisiana is first in average heat wavelength, third for how long the season lasts, and fourth for total number of heat waves. And Ben comes from this kind of heat interest from more of like a building design and what grid and just kind of the built environment and how we can make more resilient built environments to address heat. I come from the health standpoint, and then we have this great partnership with CPEX as well that can, take the science ideas and like bring it to real life solutions. So Imen led this grant opportunity. We have a small amount of pilot funding from LSU. And with the relationships that, we've established in Assumption Parish, and hearing from Aaron that, yeah, heat is a real issue down here, we thought that this would be a nice opportunity to figure out how, what information we need to make good decisions around heat resilience, and use CPEX's expertise to see what we can actually do. So, whoops, wrong direction. So overall for the project, and this isn't very long-term, like a year and a half, building partnerships to collect whatever real-world data we think we need to identify solutions to improve heat resilience, engaging our communities, so engaging, Assumption Parish, but really kind of the Napoleonville to find ways to reduce the impacts of heat, developing a heat vulnerability index to pinpoint where and for whom help is most needed. I'll just move on to this, our overall project timeline. So we're now kind of approaching the beginning. We wanted to talk to y'all before we really did anything. We want to do an anonymous community survey, and then once those data are collected, figure about two months down the road, have some town halls and community forums where we then discuss this with the community. And kind of alongside those, Yimin and his group are doing a lot of, GIS work, We're interested in deploying some sensors, heat sensors, air quality sensors around the parish. And then essentially pull those data together to then use that almost like as a model against which we can test different possible solutions to, you know, problems that community identifies, that y'all identify, that the data identify. And so the different data needs, we're going to be collecting information from the community, but then we have a lot of just the data layers that you have in GIS, you know, building. And then, you know, the dream is to also have a few households that will participate in household heat monitoring that we can also pull together. And the overall goal is to give this community and then communities kind of in the larger scope tools they need to better prepare for and adapt to extreme heat events. So there's really no ask for the police jury other than just, you know, if y'all think this is a good idea or an idea that you know, are okay with proceeding here in Assumption Parish.
Okay, well, we'd be against it, start off with.
Better beat the heat.
So I guess one question I have for you, I know it says beat the heat in Napoleonville, and then you mentioned throughout the parish. So is it Napoleonville proper or throughout the whole parish?
Yeah, so one of the initial things we're gonna do is just an anonymous, like, online survey. And anyone from Assumption Parish can contribute. But in terms of like the detailed work, I think we're gonna focus on Napoleonville as like that more detailed pilot site. But when we start doing the town halls, community forums, in my mind, we open it up to anyone from the parish. So, you know, we do want to get an understanding of like the landscape of concerns throughout the parish, but the most detailed data collection is going to be focused on Napoleonville.
Do we have this going on in other areas of the state, or so this is limited to our?
Yeah. Yeah, and it was, you know, there was this funding opportunity that Emen identified through the LSU Provost Fund. It's called the Big Ideas Fund. And hearing from Erin that, you know, heat's an issue down here and that she thought the community would be interested in identifying solutions and really kind of capitalizing on the strong community relationships we had. We thought this is the natural place to start with a pilot and then go from there.
I really want to mention also that in the outreach we did for the rural study, and we were in, 4 states, 10 counties. The outreach and the response in Assumption Parish was labeled as unprecedented from the top of the study, just the feedback that we got, the interest in the volunteer interest in participation, the actual participation and follow through was unprecedented. So there's a strong base here of community interest that we already realized, and the data that we've collected with rural is also a component that you're going to own pretty soon, as well as this data. So just nothing but bringing data to you, and in return, you're basically in-kind support because there's no money asked at all for the program.
Well, and we aren't up here for rural, but
Right.
we're literally weeks away from releasing some parish level data. So anyway, but
Motion to move forward.
Thank you.
okay, well, we'll keep you in the loop then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Beat the heat.
Next item is request approval of the first phase of the derelict structure procedure for dwelling located at 121 LaShane Street. Fairport. The motion by Mr. Mathern.
Second.
Second by Mr. Pondville. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
A question about that. We came across it last week. We've always been told or understood that if a structure had power connected to it, we could not move forward with the derelict structure. But in reviewing the ordinance, it doesn't state that, so.
I had one that would request entity to, went the drill process, and entity went, cut the ball. We requested to cut the ball, and they did.
Okay, so, but like what we talked about with this one with Jamie last week, it doesn't state in the ordinance, so I don't know where that came from. But according to our ordinance, it's okay to have power and we can still declare it derelict. I just want to make sure we all on the same page with that,
Yeah.
because that's not how we've been carrying it forward for years now.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so just so everybody's aware, even if it has power, we can move forward.
They gotta win the number.
Request approval to accept low bidder for the derelict structure procedure for dwelling located at 3402 Highway 1.
You got a amount?
I see Katie has it in here. No, she does not, and she had an unexpected illness and got. Nope, take a look. She was actually supposed to receive those bids today, and she wasn't here, so. table.
Items table. Request approval to reappoint Mr. Torrey Oliver Senior to Ward 1 Recreation District effective 7/16/25.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Alcorn, second by Mr. Bro. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.
Ira, we still need a board member for your area, for Lavendale Rec District, okay?
Request approval to send letter to DOTD to sweep out ditches at 3038 LA 1 to North Loop Canal, LA 308 Pecan Street to the old tracks at LA 1014.
It's to, the, ballpark, the old, railroad. It's, no.
Read what it should be,
To
Mr.
the
Trump.
outfall canal.
Which one? LA 308 Pecan Street to the outfall?
That's right. They do that regularly. Cause there's some bamboo looking grass that grows in there and the water can't go.
Going south.
So
On Southwood.
I guess I'll ask the jury. I know
Pecan
we
Street
had
going south.
a form that was sent to us by Aaron Ellisar to use to submit to DOTD for complaints.
Did we ever get it? You was supposed to send it out to us.
All right, I'll send it out to
So
you.
it's
I actually
not
used it
LA
this morning.
1014.
Send it to. But I'm thinking, I know Mr. Bro can give you some hard copies of it and you can drop it off at their office, but that's where you would put this request. I don't think it's necessary for the jury to have this request to send them a letter to do it when they have a process for us to submit the complaints of what needs to be swept.
Anything done.
Well, we haven't started doing it yet. do we?
Added to this, that I'll add tonight, grass hasn't been cut on LA 1 in 2 years. 6 foot tall.
Instead of just
308,
cut the grass on
by
the
their
state
barn.
highway.
They always out of money. That's what they tell us.
Yeah, they ought to cut by their barn at least on 308. That's another thing I'd like to add to this would be the grass cutting on LA 1. And I know, well, maybe wards 2, 4, and 5.
Well, we were gonna send us a letter and then each year can fill out whatever complaint they have and send it directly to
Send that
them.
letter, Leroy, and that'll take care of
Send
next
this to
time,
the state,
my next time.
send them a copy here.
Is that in,
Different then.
Well, they hit that building, but he can't get any help. Nobody wants to return his call. I messaged to them, but they never called him.
You got errors now? Person, he ain't going back.
But I'll fill out that. Send me a copy of the letter, I'll send it out.
okay, so for 18 and 19, they're gonna be handled with the DOTD complaint form. Request approval of the following occupational license application, Southern Drip Contractors, Fairport. Entertain a motion to approve.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Request approval of the following temporary liquor license application. St. Philomena Family Day, 120 Convent Street, Lavendale, September 28, 2025. Motion by Mr. Bro, second by Mr. Nakam. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Same for St. Benedict Fall Fest, 5479 Highway 1, Napoleonville, October 5th, 2025. Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Pondville. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. St. Augustine Pop-Up Shop, 174 Highway 1003, Plattsville, August 24th, 2025. Motion by Mr. Carter, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor?
Kim,
Opposed?
you know what that Southern Drip contract is?
Do I know who it is?
What it is?
It's a contract, a residential.
All right, we have, two deviations for consideration. The first,
Residential repairs and construction.
the first is, for the CEA related to the command post to transfer ownership to the sheriff's office. And the second is for a letter of support for the Bayou Lafourche Freshwater District for the Napoleonville Bayou Access and Emergency Boat Launch Project. In the letter to the, Department of Wildlife and Fisheries.
Motion to deviate.
Motion to deviate by Mr. Pineville, second by Mr. Alcorn. All in favor? Opposed? All right, so for the first item of deviation is the CEA, for transfer of ownership of the command post to the sheriff's office. Authorize,
Authorization for the president to sign.
Motion authorize the president to sign the CEA between Central Parish Leader and the Central Parish Sheriff's Office.
Second.
motion by Mr. Nakam, second by Mr. Pineville.
Public comment?
Any public comment? Second call, last call, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, and the next is a letter of support for Bayou Lafourche Freshwater District for the Napoleonville Bayou Access and Emergency Boat Launch Project. To Wildlife and Fisheries, they put in an application, they purchased the property between, Constant Canal and St. Thomas Bridge,
Right next to the.
where their closure structure is. And they're applying for a grant to install a boat launch for access to Bayou Lafourche at that location. And, but I just want to state, they asked us to, if we would participate financially. I told them that we didn't have it in our budget too. They understand, they didn't. They asked us to provide maintenance for the boat launch. I told them we could provide some light maintenance, but we were not maintaining the facility. So the letter will state that we would provide light maintenance of the facility.
Tell them building maintenance free.
Motion.
All concrete.
Motion to approve letter of support by Mr. Alcorn. Second by Mr. Diaz. All in favor? Opposed? Any public comment? Second call. Last call, no public comment.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.